Well, hello everyone. 4 hours and 5 minutes to go, not just in this race, but it's the final round of the 2021-2022 24-hour Series Esports Championship, the run to the checkered flag, and the 12 hours of Spa. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, back after a 4-hour break alongside a man who's had no break, David Haynes, as well as Lorenzo Bonder. And David, I was keeping, I don't want to say a close eye, but a lazy eye, I guess you could say, on what was going on. And the thing that I noticed was not much. And I mean that in a good way. It wasn't too crazy. It was just settling into the rhythm of an endurance race as these drivers get ready to head into the night.
I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of when we just talk about the penalty sheet and watch replay and replay and replay. So I'm looking at this sheet, and yeah, the last 2 hours pretty quiet. In fact, 2 of the 5 penalties were those track limits that we were talking about and wondering about. So yeah, 5 seconds for contact to car 188, which is one of the TCRs, and 5 seconds for contact to 89, one of the GT3 cars. Oh yeah, overtaking outside of track limits there for BS competition.
Not the first time they've been dinged for that, I must say.
It's tempting, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and we saw what happened in the opening hour with an attempted pass around the outside. It might be the move that started the downfall for the R8G team in the GT3 class. I've also just noticed that you talked about that penalty for the 188. That's the car making its series competition debut, the AC Motorsports Esports TCR entry in that 188. I was grabbing a look at the virtual paddock and seeing that it's actually part of the regulations that you're required to acknowledge a penalty once you receive it from Race Control. They've been the only one that I've ever seen do that. Race Control was similarly perplexed, and they were like, well, why are you acknowledging the penalty? Are you saying that you've served it already? No, they were just following the rules, something that no one else has done, at least from what I've seen this season, Lorenzo.
Yeah. Are you talking about the T3 penalty that I spaced out for a minute? But is that the penalty you're talking about?
Never mind. We'll move swiftly on from that. When we left, Lorenzo, it wasn't much different to what we've got right now. Bila lead in GT3 again, about 9 seconds clear of T3 Motorsport. 992. I mean, it swapped around very slightly, but it's still Altus and Core at the front of the field there. GT4, it's Team 75 Bernard by SimRC sailing off into the sunset, and TCR, well, it was close when we left, close-ish, I should say, not really anymore.
Yeah, it's spaced out, but the only thing about TCRs is kind of like the hashtag expected of sorts, right? We kind of expected for it to break away a little bit. The matter was just when and if it was going to break away, because I think it might 24-hour series history, I think we never seen TCRs glued to one another for the entirety of the race in these 12-hour races. Maybe 6 hours, good possibility. But in the 12-hour races, I think even at Spa, when we had the season finale last season, it wasn't close between them. It was just like who was most regular with the laps and everything at the end of the day. So not surprised to see the 10-second difference between Heusinkveld and Core.
Only really one close-ish battle on track right now, and we're going to grab a look at Danny Elgube in that MSI Esports car that came into this round of the championship sitting third in the points. And with double points, it was all to play for, but the way that the 46ers controlled the pace of the race, even though the MSI team got damaged after contact with the other of the Biela Racing Euronics cars, the number 45, which has since retired from the race after a hellacious impact on the outside of Blanchimont. The fact that this MSI car is now about 3 kilometers down on top-end speed, especially as they rise over Radion onto the Kemmel Straight, not being a huge factor. They would have loved to close out this race, close out the season a little bit better. But, I mean, David, they're now fighting with another car that I've noticed has got some rear wing damage as well. Not sure what happened to that BS competition number 89 car.
Spun in the final corner. There was very bizarre little knot of traffic in the bus stop there, involving your GT4s, TCRs, your 992 leaders were bunched together within a second of each other there, and BS competition went around the outside of a TCR that a GT4 then tried to had a look with their nose at the inside of that TCR, who then held it a little wider just in case, but that then tripped up BS, who spun around and just tagged the wall opposite the pit lane.
We ride on board with Danny Elgube as they work in towards the Piff Path. It's a Lamborghini 1-2, BMW 3-4, and then the third and final mark of this GT3 class, represented in fifth with the Mahler Racing Team Williams Esports powered entry, which has Dominic Stabe behind the wheel. I see Simon Grossman for the Team 75. Bernard by SimRC 992 car has just come down onto pit road, so a pit stop there. Big shout out to Simon Grossman, one of the people behind the scenes at ATVO, making all of our graphics work behind the scenes. Lots of hard work put in there, also by Kevin Niatola and Nick Thyssen. Oh, he's going to have a little bit of a look on the Porsche Sport entry as Danny Elgube as he closes on the back of that BS Turner liveried car. And I think of the pace when I think of Danny Elgube, Lorenzo. I mean, MSI, really, I mean, they've been a strong team for a while, but I think their standout star was Alejandro Sanchez, the run that he had in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup a couple of years ago. But, you know, he's left. He's now part of the Apex Racing team, and Danny Elgube, Christian Lamella, a couple of other drivers behind the scenes seem to have picked up right where he left off, and especially in this GT3 car, whether it be here, whether it be in BMW Sim GT Cup action, it's good to see that MSI is still in the mix without the talisman that they've lost.
Yeah, it took a little while. I think also the addition of Gabi Montoro into the fray as well as the this is something you never see. A 911 Cup car contending for position on the track. Well, Danny must be thankful that Lauren Heinrich is actually driving a 992 class car, not a GT3, otherwise this could have been problematic. But yeah, it took them a little bit of a time to recompose, but finally I think Danny and Salva, most specifically these two, have been in a very good spot in picking up the void that Alejandro Sanchez left when actually put in the team when he actually left the team. Good to see.
So, some numbers for reference here, guys. The first sector of 5, your overall leader's best sector of the whole race, 38.1 seconds through that first sector. That includes La Source and the run down over Radion and a chunk of the Kemmel Straight. The 992 class leader's best sector through there, 37.8, so 4/10 faster through one sector. The 992 cars are quicker than a GT3 you know, from La Source up Eau Rouge Radion and down the Camel Straight. That's the straight line performance advantage for the 992. So then when you look at the GT3s being 4 seconds a lap faster, they're actually 4.4 seconds a lap faster through the remaining 4 sectors. Because of that time they've lost in the first sector, they gain it all back and a heap with the downforce and the grip and the speed they can carry through the twisty bits.
And that goes back to this update that we had about 6-7 weeks ago to these GT3 cars. New, I want to say aerodynamics mostly on these cars. It's changed the way that you set them up. It's a high rake, high downforce concept, even at a place like Spa-Francorchamps. And those 992 cars, even before the update, were pushing top-end speed to match these GT3s. It's become even more exacerbated since then, and given that they can run a little bit faster through the down and uphill plunge that is Eau Rouge and then the crest of Radion, the 992 cars, with their extra downforce in comparison to the previous generation Porsche Cup car, able to stick a lot closer compared to the GT3 counterpart. They very much are mini GT3s. 43 cars took to the green flag. Only one retirement in, I want to say, the last 4 or so hours, and that was the Racing Lab Esports 907. Now, we did see a big issue for Glenn Key earlier on. I think just before Lorenzo and myself stepped aside for that middle portion of the race, but since then, that car has parked it. The first retirement, though, before we even got down into La Source on lap number 1, was Ardennes competition. I think it was Jimmy Antunes who was behind the wheel that got turned around to basically the flag stand on the pit straight. After that, RSR by G Performance retiring there, number 27 car. Pablo GoPro Lopez first looped it in Malmedy and took some significant damage, but then after that, a moment with the R8G Lamborghini through the bus stop chicane, which was ruled as no further action, saw that car retire and park it from the race in a season that has been, well, the highs and lows of racing. They finished on the top step of the podium. Other than that, though, they've always been wanting a little bit more luck. After that, I mentioned the Bila Racing incident that they had for the 45 as they worked themselves through Blanchimont. That retired the 45. I think it was Gregory Tanson who was behind the wheel. RSR by Butt Kicker, the next retirement. So 4 GT3s, 1 992, as well as 1 GT4 all retiring from this race. I see the lights flashing from that McDonald's sponsored car, and I can confirm we were talking about McDonald's breakfast before. I had a nice little McDonald's breakfast. It filled the palates quite nicely with 3 hours and 53 minutes to go. Lorenzo, I think when we left, we were still wondering what was going on in this 992 class battle between the 943 Logitech Gioltus esports car as well as the 959 Core Sim Racing car. From what I understand, they've now equalized on the strategy, and it's 9.5 seconds that splits them. So it's all down to pace now, and this is what we like, when the strategies converge and it's pedal to the metal from here to the end.
Yeah, which I'm going to be honest, I think Carl has a little bit of room to fill right here. He needs to do a little bit better if he wants to get closer to Jordan Caruso. But of course, the one thing that doesn't help was the mistake they had on the pit lane, right, Arjun? I think the GPS wasn't working properly when they tried to go into the pit lane and lost a little bit, about 3 seconds total. But nevertheless, what a drive from Simone and Jordan Caruso so far.
Right, just a two-man operation there for Jordan Caruso. What time is it for him, David?
Well, I only need to look at my own clock.
Exactly.
I know that's why you asked me. It's 4:15 a.m. He's been on for a little bit there as well. Simon Feigl gave us a message in the YouTube chat not long ago that he was, on the stand doing the spotting, watching the strategy while Jordan had just a little bit of rest. But I don't think this is entirely unfamiliar hours for Jordan Caruso. What time of the day is Porsche Esports Super Cup normally? Same. It's starting about now, isn't it?
Yeah, no, about the same. It's par for the course, isn't it, when you're either racing or commentating from that area of
I think he did one of the Porsche Esports Super Cup rounds, in the morning, and then I saw him at the Australian Grand Prix that same afternoon.
Day? Wow.
Yeah.
That's commitment, although I will say it's even more committed. I mean, yes.
Oh, well, but did the same.
Right.
Working behind the scenes.
I think there's more commitment today. Yes, I know Jordan lives in the team house, so I'm sure, he doesn't maybe have, a day job to go to. But because we're racing on Sunday in, most of the world, it's really Monday morning, David.
Yeah, I can't remember. I might have that the wrong way around then. It might have been some other event.
No, it was, because PES would have been, Porsche Esports Super Cup would have been a Saturday. Today is a Sunday in the regular world.
Oh, is that what?
That's where we're going.
Wow.
Well, I tell you what, it is not the most...
Check your, Western Hemisphere-centric colonial thinking.
We saw, by the way, Danny Elgway get past for third. It's that point of the race where things settle down. There's a couple of battles going on. Aztec Simsport and the Porsche Sport car, Lauren Heinrich, on the prowl for what would be 7th position once he manages to get on through. But it's silly time, as I like to call it. Let's be real. The bar was set pretty low in the opening 4 hours, given that some of the silliness that we got up to. Eventually, we are going to talk about minor league baseball clubs and their team names again, because I got to be honest.
I was having that discussion literally today with my mom because I've got tickets.
Oh, you do? Where are you going?
My teammate has acquired for me and him and some of our other buddies 4 tickets directly behind the home team dugout for Richmond Flying Squirrels versus Portland Sea Dogs.
I love it. I love it.
So, talking about that, did you guys see the most intense game of Break the Ice at the Savannah Bananas YouTube page?
Yeah, I did see that. I've just got to say, that conversation that we had, what was it, last time at Barcelona? I think Barcelona. Or Monza. Monza, okay. Wow, time really does fly, doesn't it? But that was, I think, the best conversation I've ever had on a broadcast before. Period. See the top-end speed from the 992s again as they come into Blanchard. That Mahler Racing Porsche has nowhere to go as he gets a little bit squirrely now. Does Lauren Heinrich see this traffic as an opportunity to get a move done? Aztec Simsport will have to concede some ground on the exit of the bus stop as they roll the momentum into La Source, but he's a little bit too far behind. Move maybe down into Lacombe then, Lorenzo.
The only thing I can say about Lauren Heinrich's job is nothing but phenomenal. He's been, I think, the only driver, in my opinion, in the entire field that is actually matching what Caruso and Jensen is doing with regularity. So it's kind of scary to think this is a battle for P8 where the pace of Heinrich alone could have been put him in the top 3.
Wiggle at the top of Radion.
And Aztec Simsport are going to lose out here. Porsche Sport, that whole momentum rolling through now. Do they have to look to the inside of Mahler to cover off a potential fight back from Aztec? No, they'll stay in line for now, and Lauren Heinrich punches his way up into 7th. Remember, this was the car that, because of a registration infringement, had a 60-second time penalty before we even dropped the green flag. So it's been a long slog for them, but on their competition debut, not being an awful day when all things are said and done. At the front of your field, haven't really had much of a reason to look at this car, but let's look at it. Of course, Biela Racing Team Euronics, well, they are your defending
champions. Sorry, are you suggesting we should have a look at Kita?
Puns. Oh, David Haynes bringing the puns. The Biela Racing Team Euronics are your defending champions, albeit with a completely different driver lineup, with a completely different number. Last year, it was the 45 car that became your 24-hour Series Esports GT3 champions. This year, that 45 car has definitely shown the pace, but unfortunately, incidents have held them back, and it's been the consistency of this 46 car that has put them in this position, David, in a class where we've seen 5 races have 5 different winners. Finishing inside of the top 5 in every single one of those rounds is why these guys were in the title hunt coming into this round, and they've been the class of the field today. Pole position dominated the race so far.
And it's one of the reasons a team like Biela bring, more than one car to a championship like this. I don't fully understand the mechanism by which they sacrifice one car's luck to fuel the other. But maybe it's just a numbers game, more darts at the board, like I say.
Now, Did you watch much of the first hour of the race, David? Because I know you were out and about.
No, I missed the first hour. Then I think I caught the 30 minutes after that, and then I thought, oof, we've still got, you know, a good hour and some to get a nap in here. So, no, I didn't catch the start.
So I'll tell you what happened. You're talking about sacrificing the luck. Well, they completely sacrificed the 45 car in qualifying. It didn't even put in a lap time. They basically use it as a vehicle to tow the 46 car around Spa-Francorchamps, and from the back of the grid it worked itself up into the top 5 within the opening hour of the race. So you bring 2 cars to the championship, it's got that advantage of being able to work together in the race, but also with the preparation as well, right, David? We're talking about, you know, a level of esports now in sim racing where the preparation that these guys put in is not in the 1 hour, 2 hour kind of bracket. We're talking the tens of hours kind of thinking. So
I don't think even Checo Perez contract, you know, will let them sacrifice all of his quali laps for Verstappen's.
Now that's an interesting thing to think about when it comes to contract negotiations. Do you have to put something on the cards when you're negotiating in the team? Okay, we're going to end to 2 cars. How do we sacrifice one another? I wonder.
Well, in the team house situation, you just make sure the team owner goes and buys a carton no matter which team wins, and then, you know, I'll, you know, help my teammate in qualifying, no dramas.
So let's have a look at the live point situation, because Simona Maria Marciano does want to grab a look. So here's how it stands right now. You can see Biela Racing Team Euronics have moved to the top as we look at the top 5 in the points. It is a tie between T3 Motorsports by Maniti and the BS competition car for that 4th and 5th positions, and the tiebreaker, I forget off the top of my head exactly what it is, but we'll try and get clarification on that. But ultimately T3 Motorsports outside
both have a win, but T3 7 no, T3 number 7 does not have a win. BS has one, so I assume that's your default tiebreaker.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I never like to speak unless I want to say know what I'm talking about, but the reality is I never know what I'm talking about. But when it comes to this top 5, I think the important thing to recognize is MSI versus R8G as well. R8G in 7th right now. MSI would like to be able to grab 2nd spot in the championship. They're not likely to be able to grab 2nd in the race, and by the same token, the number 7 car unlikely to grab the victory given the comfort that the 46 car has. So just keep that in mind when you're thinking about this championship fight. Let's run you through.
Arjuna,
go ahead.
If 2 or more teams finish the season with the same number of points, the higher place in the championship shall be awarded to the team with the highest number of points.
No.
Is that the rule?
By the
I'm just reading it off the website.
Arjuna, hold up, I need to break you. I think
Danny Elgovic, yeah,
issue.
I see MSI Esports, and that's down at Pouhon. Oh, well, that car's toast. That car is done. They're taking the tow. Race didn't start well. I think that's an understatement. Danny Elgovic quite frustrated with the move from the 45 Biela Racing Team Euronics car. Did not think it was on at all, and, well, now that day is done. That day is well and truly done. Let's grab a look at it. So it was in through Pouhon, and they've got plenty of traffic that they're trying to find a way around. Now, not sure exactly which of the GT4s that was, but that's a tough one to see.
BS get lucky there as well.
Let's grab a look on board
so close
with
to being tagged.
Nathan Lewis, because no, this is not Nathan Lewis, that's Danny Elgovic. Here we go. Now the GT4 car does push out slightly wide, but I don't know.
Race gear, isn't it?
I think, yes, it is the race gear, you're right. I'm not sure what you think about this one, David.
Well, I'm going to have a very, very good look again this time. Gee, I don't know if you can... I don't know if you can swap from the left to the right-hand side of the road in the middle of the corner and expect a GT4 that's already in the corner to be able to give you room around the outside, if I'm honest with you. A little rule of thumb would be, if there's an incident between two cars and they're not in the same class, and you have to, you're in your head flipping a coin on it, it's probably the faster car's problem or prerogative. Or if anyone could have avoided it, it could have been the faster car.
So I'm not going to talk about that. What I will say is, when it comes to GT4, it's a little different than if it was a TCR car, right? TCR is front-wheel drive. You always expect them to push wide. Now, I know GT4 doesn't have much downforce, and they'd like to be able to run out to roll the momentum through the corner, but maybe Danny Elgube was just assuming that a GT4 car could hold a slightly tighter line, but the reality is the end result is a very damaged car, we should put it that way, and I would suspect they are retiring. They are not going to roll that one back out onto the track. With that said, let's have a quick rundown through the rest of the championships, though, and just give you an update. The Altus Esports car, by virtue of what would be, I think, their third victory of the season. Yeah, third victory after 2 victories to kick off the campaign, would walk home with this championship. Of course, Williams Esports not racing today means that it's less interesting for second, where Core Sim Racing will gladly take advantage. The Aztec Simsport Volante and T3 Motorsports by Maniti cars would sit third and fourth in this respective class. And GT4, well, it's been a one-man show, or one-team show. 5 victories if they can hold on. So 4 victories out of 5 so far, looking to make it 5 of 6. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC almost, or in fact they would be, if things hold as they are, a double point victory clear of the rest of the field. That is remarkable. The Entropic team taking full advantage of the double points on offer to cycle up to second at the expense of the Undercut Racing team that started this race off well before a couple of penalties and some contact dropped them backwards in the running order, as well as the Pure Sims team in that regard. TCR, well, I mentioned that Core Sim Racing are the current kings of touring car racing on iRacing, and again, another team looking to make it 5 wins in 6 races, but it's been a close battle between them, Team Hoisingfeld, and MSI Esports throughout the entirety of the season. Really, we're now looking to see if MSI, after the disconnection that they had as a result of hardware failure for Mark Perez in that 111, if they can close the what is now almost a full lap, 2-minute gap up to Team Hoisingveld in front of them. You'd think it's somewhat unlikely, and that's how things stand right now. Lorenzo, I mean, you look at this championship picture as we see Core Sim Racing and Altus Esports in the 992 class, both down on pit lane. What are the surprises, you know, with 3 hours left, given how things were sitting when we started this race?
Seeing this two-way battle going still this late in the race, well, not this late, but it's late in the race, still going on, is a little bit surprising. Of course, now it is a gap battle than anything else. Still good to see, and it was very clean between Oscar, Jordan, and the other drivers involved, up to the point they went 6 corners side by side, battling for P1. And the resurgence of Porsche Sport after they also had a penalty issue because they registered the wrong number with the one. They registered with the 101, and Lauren doing the heavy load for them.
So Caruso stays with Altus Esports, but a driver change there for Core as Janssen made way for Rinner.
Yes, so Sky Rene back behind the wheel there. Again, the trio of 959 drivers will be, well, unfortunately leaving the Core Sim Racing stable after the conclusion of today's race, but looking to have a good send-off by grabbing a victory to close things out. I do see, by the way, that potentially there's another car that might have had an issue. Not sure exactly.
I see fresh marks in the gravel on the outside of Stavilo.
Yes, and I think I actually know who it is. Let's grab a look at the RaceSpotTV replay of Guilherme Eglos. Oh, that's a solo incident as well. This is that undercut racing car I was just talking about as well. I think off into the grass on entry there, Lorenzo, and the grip difference, well, not much you can do once you're off into that green stuff.
Yeah, just trying to take a look on that again. Going to the green stuff looks like, yeah, this is the thing. You really want to set the car the best way you can. And the GT4s, there's a certain way you want to take the corner a little bit more aggressively on the entry. But yeah, too much grass, not too much grip, equals wall.
David Haynes, do you think you've spotted something when it comes to the...
Yeah, look, I can test, not much you can do. Yeah, well, you can press the brake pedal. Did you see that the brake lights, the car was going backwards towards the wall, no brake lights on until it was 5 meters away from impact? Did they think they had more space? Did they think they could, J-turn, flick spin it around and keep going with the wall caught up with them?
Might just have been frustration as well, given how the day has gone, you know what I mean? Not being for a team that had speed, especially in the early stages, I can very much understand why sometimes you just let your head drop when something happens, and repeated incidents just build up the mental frustration as Pure Sims in the 916 come down to the box for another pit stop. Braden Werner stays behind the wheel there. Gaps opened up between Oscari Rene and Jordan Caruso. It's now almost 16 full seconds. I'm not sure, David, if something happened in the pit lane, because I see it was a little bit quicker in terms of pit lane time from the 943 car.
Well, they've been better at their fuel economy this whole race so far. They started doing quite a significant number of 22-lap stints and then abandoned that and short-pitted to get on the same strategy as Core, which confused me at the time, but it's worked pretty well since then. So if you told me Altus were potentially, about to do a 22-lap stint, but then just, pitted after 21 to stay on cycle with Core, and that meant that they took on 2 seconds less fuel, that'd make sense to me.
So now I think add to the retirements 3 cars, MSI Race Gear and the Undercut Racing Team car. That will make lap traffic just a little bit simpler. I don't think there will be some of the slower cars complaining too much. Close battle between Simon Grossman and Braden Werner after that 916 car has just come out of pit lane. 10 laps into the stint is the 975, so would be due in maybe another 10 laps or so. So tires are going to be slightly worn compared to the fresh rubber that Braden Werner has, because Simon Grossman is on a double stint on his tires, as that's an issue at Malmedy for the Torque Freak Racing 481 car that is up in 4th but has just lost a spot to Pure Sim. So the podium position has just been flip-flopped around for them. Not sure what happened to David Barraclough, but I have a feeling it's not going to be something we haven't seen before here. But Lorenzo, worn tires for Simon Grossman. What can he really do to hold off the charge from behind?
I don't think there's much. There isn't anything much he can do, especially on a straight line. Once Braden actually gets the draft going up the All Rouge Radion complex, he's going to have full advantage over worn-out rubber. And unless Simon Grossman is running low wing in a track that you kind of want to have medium to low wing, you're in a pretty big disadvantage.
So let's grab a look at the incident for the Torque Freak Racing car. Now I wonder if it's anything to do with that GT3 car that's coming. No, self-inflicted. Again, I think that's just...
Well, they're giving space to the GT3, isn't it? And that has them just a tiny bit further to the left, just catching the curb in a super awkward way.
Let's see if we can... This is a good angle to see how far wide they push. Now, yeah, they're just on the curb, and the weight transfer is what does them bad there. And then initial rejoin was good, but then a bit worrying maybe if you're, I think it was Jordan Caruso in the 992 car trying to come on through. That might have been a hard-in-mouth moment, wondering exactly in which direction that machine was going to come. I also see that there was a moment for the, oh, here we go, Carbon SimSport car in the GT4. It's really not been this green and blue machine's day, and that's with the race leader in TCR. And is there contact, or has that gone around by itself?
There was.
So
but I can't see from that angle how much space there was to the curb, whether the GT4 pushed out a little bit wide or whether they got a bit squeezed.
Here we go. This will give us a good look.
Oh, I think they're a little wide.
Yeah, I mean, especially in a GT4 car, you can sit on the inside curb. Let's grab one more look and fly with our virtual drone cam here and go into a super slow-mo. TCR car has to turn in. Remember, front-wheel drive. There is a space. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, maybe, Lorenzo.
Yeah. Thankfully, he didn't make contact with the core car, because that would have probably be a big bonk on the side of the core car that could have given them some wheel damage. So, lucky for them, they actually spun around, but not the best day from home.
Simon Grossman has been passed by Braden Werner in the 916, so it's Pure Sims up to 5th with 3 hours and 30 minutes to go in the season as they work themselves downhill. Great shot. Of course, the corner itself for Eau Rouge Radion hasn't changed too much, but the most recent updates to the track have reconfigured the barrier locations and the runoff area as well. Very interested to see how that plays out for the Formula 1 Grand Prix this year. Also, the 24 Hours of Spa. We got a bit of a preview with this 24-hour series, 12 Hours of Spa, that happened a week or two ago when the Radio Show Limited crew were on site. Couple of pit reporters down in the lane, as well as John Heindorf and Ben Constant-Juris, who has commentated on some of these 24-hour series esports races as well. That Pure Sims car is looking suspiciously marble and bug-free. Am I wrong here, David?
I'm gonna chime in. No, there is damage in the front left.
No, I'm not talking about the damage. I'll compare.
Buffer, yeah. It's unusual.
Yeah, it does surprise me. And that's what I would very much expect a car to look like. What, 9 hours into a race? The Pure Sims white is still white. I think that's the thing. GT4. Sorry, we'll come back to this. GT4. We've just seen Team 75 go a full lap in front of the field by virtue, I guess, of the Entropit car coming down onto pit lane. Yes, but still, the dominance from Jürgen Frank, Marvin Strel has been remarkable. And behind Entropit, so they're, what, 2.5 minutes off the lead, a further 60 seconds to Pure Sims in the 416. It's quite mind-boggling when you think about the fact that this is just a 12-hour race, Lorenzo, to have margins this big at a competition this strong.
Yeah, for me it's more impressive to see the 416 in the topic of a top 3 after the incident they had with, if I recall correctly, with the RWG early on in the race that made the car have some issues on the wheel.
Into La Source they come. Nice and tidy for that car. It does look, I must say, almost factory fresh. That they could get away with this one. Now, I will point out that I didn't notice that one of the drivers that has been running in this car over the course of the year and has taken a couple of victories in the last 2 rounds, both at Monza and at Barcelona in the 6-hour race. It was a 3-man operation at Monza, but just Jürgen Frank and Hayden Burns in Barcelona. Hayden Burns taking a step back from the actual driving commitments due to some stuff in the real world. Slightly disappointed he was to only have competed in the Spider-Man and the Batman colors for a couple of times, but we look forward to seeing Hayden continue to work behind the scenes in a very active role. So we'll see how Hayden can contribute behind the scenes, maybe still doing some testing, building the setups, but not committing to the level of practice and level of commitment to driving week after week in the level of field that we see from the SimRC Team 75, burnered by SimRC. I must say, I know, David, you share my opinions on this, or maybe I share your opinions on this, depending on how you see it. We
influence each other in both directions.
Yeah, I do miss the black and yellow.
Yep. And I tell you what, the The livery as it appears on the 992, I'm actually a little more partial to than this one. Is that wrong?
No, well, that's the thing. The GT4 has got a new paint to match what the real-world GT3 cars, of course, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, or Team 75 Bernard, I should say, run in DTM with that blue and red color car. This is the last year's kind of car, which the team launched off with when they started this partnership, I guess. But you know, new livery in the real world, new livery on the sim as well. But I don't disagree with what you say.
Whatever colours Paul asks for.
Yes, Paul Smith, obviously.
No, Paul.
Yes.
We're still gonna figure out who's Paul.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I believe it's Paul Smith.
Okay. Good of him to support the team.
Exactly, right.
His name appears a lot larger on the new paint than the outgoing.
You're right. I didn't even notice that. It's on the front of the car small. Where else is it on this cup car?
Yeah, nowhere particularly huge. But when you go to the GT4, it occupies one of the more predominant spots.
It's on the left and right front. It's also on the side of the car, isn't it?
Mm.
It's also on the back side of the wing.
We'll get a look at it maybe. Yeah, there you go. Big, nice text. Thank you, Paul Smith, for your support of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. The GT3 car, now, are they still running? Yes, Bram Van Putten. Yeah, it's the same livery, isn't it?
Yep.
It's nice to have these partnerships. It's not just them. T3 Motorsports buying Miniti as well, similar sort of thing. Although I do like that we get the T3 Motorsports liveries because maybe it's not so nice to say, but the T3 Motorsports cars, while they tend to be colorful, flamboyant, I enjoy seeing the big green machines out there on track still. And I mean, what a day they're having so far. Up in second, the bonga drums. I mean, it's back and forth in terms of lap time. I think traffic is playing a factor as well. Last time around, this car was a full second slower than Luca Kita, but they're keeping them honest. And Lorenzo, I mean, this is, if you ask me, a team that started, maybe you can call them as quote-unquote semi-pro. You know, they clearly had potential. They had a work ethic that was giving them results, but you know, they don't have the resources. They didn't have the numbers of uber talented drivers as some of the other teams did have. They've grown year on year, race by race, lap by lap, and you know, now that they get backing from someone like T3 Motorsports, it'll be interesting to see what, you know, as this season winds down, not just in the 24-hour series esports, but in other championships as well. They get a bit of a lull in the summer. Where they go from here?
I'm interested to see where they go from here, because last year, if we're looking, they won the Sports Car Open in GTC class, right? So I think that was their first major, probably one of the first major championships they probably won with Tim Matska, and I'm trying to remember his teammate doing very good work. I want to say Hendrik Kruse, but I don't think it's Hendrik before he went to Bila. But now the season had some struggles, especially in this championship. A team that very good in GT3s, have specialists in the car, but now with the T3 backing, they're bringing more drivers into the field. For example, Pedro Burger drove their 992 class car in some other championships. There are some other drivers who are coming into the fray. Of course, lost a good portion of the team to Urano, but nevertheless, never lost your composure and the talent. So we can see big things from them maybe at the second half of the year.
Luca Kita is into pit lane in the Bila Racing Euronics number 46. Should just be a fuel-only stop as he takes these tires for another stint out on track. I also saw pit stops for the Lauren Heinrich Porsche Sport Car. Josh Cam takes over from him. They slide back to 9th for the time being, although as soon as the Aztec SimSport Volante car comes to box as well in the next couple of laps, that will flip-flop around. You hear the pit siren go off. That's because the BS competition car coming in, the 89 car, again expecting this to be just a fuel-only stop, as the car that's got that lopsided wing at the back of the car works its way down onto pit lane. Of course,
droopy zebra ear.
There we go. I do like that one. Of course, M4 GT3 launching as a prototype last year as a full homologated car this year. in real-world competition. There's now a BMW M4 GT4 car that's just had its first real-world race at the Nürburgring Landstraßen Series. I think it was a week ago. I must say, it looks quite good. Oh, and the question, I guess, then becomes, David, when do we get that on iRacing?
No, stop. I've already been using this soapbox to campaign for Porsche LMDH above all else. I don't, sure, be nice to have the new BMW M4 GT4. Be nice to have the new Audi RS3 LMS.
What else do you want, David?
Give LMDH.
Well, if we're going to get an LMDH, let's be real, it will probably be a BMW because that's being built by Dallara. That partnership, of course, two manufacturers or two brands, I guess you could say, that have very close ties with iRacing as well. So, looking forward to hopefully getting that on board. BMW Sim GT Cup action on pause again for a little bit. The races are spaced out, but a great partnership, a great working relationship that we here at RaceSpotTV have with the fine folk at BMW. If Timo and company are listening, always fun to work with you. And the next time we go racing in the BMW Sim GT Cup, we'll go to Watkins Glen, which should be an interesting one.
Porsche are shaking down their own LMDH, not the chassis maker. So surely Porsche Motorsport are pretty heavily involved at the coalface, so to speak, on the technical aspects of building that car.
Yes, but what was the last... have we ever got a Porsche while it was still in development?
No, but it's,
right,
racing next year, so...
Oh, hey, fingers crossed. I mean, as we saw the Mahler Racing Porsche peel off onto pit lane, Ruben Bonga in the box as well for the number 7. I mean, fingers crossed. I'd love to have multiple LMDHs as well, partially so that we can enjoy the conversation about BOP, the salt on the track, when eventually there's major championships that run that and people inevitably start to complain about it.
Not only that, you guys forget that iRacing renovated a partnership with IMSA. And they said their cars and tracks and assets could be coming, and LMDH, as far as I'm concerned, is an asset from IMSA. Therefore, it could come into iRacing. Who knows? I wouldn't mind a BMW versus Porsche battle.
I'll be fine.
The H in LMDH stands for IMSA.
A word from BS Competition, by the way. They had some damage. We talked about the droopy zebra eye, or ear, depending on what you want to say. So they got the repairs done. The car has gotten slower even after the repairs. So that is not good. That is suboptimal. They've got.
Or they'll crash it again.
Or they can crash it again. That would also be good. Maybe if they crash it again, it will go faster, right?
I'm just saying, fixing it makes it go slower. It's a pretty logical continuum to go in the opposite direction.
Now, has Impulse's TCR car had an issue? Because I see them dropping. I'm not sure when... Oh, of course, they were part of the leading 4 cars. They had an incident with the Williams Esports GT3 entry, the number 5, the BMW, that unfortunately for them saw them serve, I think it was a 60-second pit stop when everyone else was doing a 30-second pit stop in one phase of the race, so they dropped him out of the lead fight. Then they had more dramas, I think, again, with the Williams Esports entry. This time it was the TCR car's responsibility more than anything. I think, based on what I'm seeing, I think that car is just parked at Lorenzo.
Yeah, I've been looking on the replay over here of their last lap prior to the pit stop, and Chris Shorter just parked the car after what we consider for Impulse an abysmal race. Martin Ashford and Robin Monster and Chris Shorter just could not get the performance they wanted on the track. And that is unfortunate for the team that had really good promise in this championship, but could not contend with good results here.
So the South African Chris Shorter now makes it, what? Oh, I'm losing track of how many retirees. 43 started. We're down to, what, 34? So 9 retirements so far. They're dropping like flies. 3 cars retired since we jumped into the booth. Oh, 4 cars, excuse me. I forgot Danny Elgubey's out as well, so 33 cars remain.
It was much cleaner before you came back, Arjun.
I know. Clearly, the answer is for us to run away. Or at least for me to run away.
Or me.
Maybe both of us. Leave David alone. 3 hours, 17 minutes to go. So, as Team Hoisingveld down on pit lane, I do believe Fabian Siegmann taking over there in the 148 car. It settled down, not really anything going on track. It's time to talk about our favorite topic. Welcome to RaceSpotTV discusses minor league baseball names. David, so you're going to go see some, but what's the most exciting team name that you're not going to go see? I don't think we ever came to a conclusion here.
No, I'm pretty set that it's Rumble Ponies.
Rumble Ponies?
Yeah, the Binghamton Rumble Ponies.
New York based, okay.
Yeah. New York State. I don't think they're actually that in the grand scheme of things that far from Watkins Glen, for example. Yeah, I don't know. The mascot's good too because it's a tiny little pony, but it's really angry. Like I've never looked into a horse's eyes and knew that horse wanted to fight me more. Like, it's magic.
I do like that. Rumble Ponies. Now I'm gonna go look for their mascot. Rumble Ponies. You said they're Binghamton.
Yes.
Oh, that is a nice logo as well. That looks like a pony out of Lord of the Rings. I'm not gonna lie. Ready to charge.
I've seen the one where it's holding a baseball bat, but the baseball bat is shaped like a prison shiv.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And it's got like a boxing gloves on.
Those are boxing gloves. You're right.
Yeah. You ever seen a pony with an angry look in its eyes and boxing gloves? Mm.
I will be honest, David. I this morning began to slightly understand the pain that you go through, and Cooper Webster, etc., go through. I mean, I live on the west coast of the U.S. I'm not saying that it's the best time zone for the type of racing that anyway we get to cover. However,
thought it was best coast.
It is the best coast when it comes to watching supercars within the US. I'm not going to lie. It's always nice to be able to watch it from bed. But I had to wake up at 2:15 in the morning today to get ready for the opening 4 hours of this race. It was painful. I need my sleep.
Yeah.
How do you do it? Lots of coffee, I guess.
Yep, I got one right here, and it's looking real good. How about? I actually was thinking, as I was looking at it today, I like the Hartford Yard Goats.
I think we talked. Did we talk about the Yard Goats last time? I don't think we did. I think we didn't talk about them.
I think we probably ran across almost all of them.
No, I don't.
We kind of mentioned it.
I don't think I remember this one, but you're right. That's another great one. And again, the mascot is what often makes it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
There's one team that I liked. I like its name, but it's more because of the city than the team name itself, which is Pawtucket Red Sox.
The what?
Pawtucket Red Sox.
Oh, that doesn't sound as fun though.
Yeah, it doesn't sound as fun. It's just the city name that is unique. That is a city in Rhode Island. So I know the team name is not interesting. I think it's under the obviously the Boston Red Sox influence. I think it's a AA team if I recall correctly. But just the name of the team makes it's slightly interesting for me.
Altoona Curves.
We talked about them. I remember
because they've got the Pennsylvania Railroad Keystone as the background to their logo. This is what it's. The town was, I'm pretty sure, founded by the Pennsylvania Railroad.
Oh no, the Pawtucket Red Sox are no more.
That's
Thanks,
because
Lorenzo.
They're now the Worcester Red Sox. Interesting. I must say, I've been to a couple of baseball games, never at the minor league level. But as a cricket fan who is very happy to sit there and watch a 5-day test match, or at least part of a 5-day test match, it's crazy how much other stuff is going on at a baseball game that is not related to the actual sport at hand.
That's the thing. That's why I'm so excited about going to this baseball game. Is there's no point in a minor league baseball game.
Are you watching the
where
baseball?
It's a bad idea to leave your seat and go get a drink. Like, there's no point in play where you're saying, "No, I couldn't go grab a beer right now."
Yeah, no, there's so much going on. I've been to an American football game as well. That was interesting, although I didn't find that as entertaining, if I'm being honest, as a baseball game. I do want to go see a hockey game, mainly because I want to see a fight, but, you know, that's beside the point.
Gordie Howe hat trick.
I think hockey might be my favorite of all the American sports, if I'm being completely honest. I just love the way it flows.
You're partial to a bit of slippery soccer?
Oh, I do like that. It is, well, slippery small soccer. I think that's the best way to put it.
Left aside mayhem.
Oh, wow, that was a shot through Blanchiment, as I believe the RAG car is either down on pit road or it's having all sorts of trouble right now. It's coming off. He was
spitting.
Yeah, coming off of pit road right now. Full service, Racine Fazui behind the wheel here. And again, in the points...
This will be an interesting stint for him, because he's come out of the pit lane 6 seconds behind Pure Sims and others. He's got new tyres.
He did triple stint. Well, I don't think it was Racine Fazui that started the car.
No, it was an accidental triple stint.
It was an accidental triple stint, but the temperatures have significantly dropped since then. Now, I think they managed to get to the end of the stint before the tyre burst. The tyre burst and they had to come down to pit lane on schedule. Would they gamble with a 3-hour and 10-minute stint?
Well, they can check the wear at the stops in between, and if the tread gauge left is, you know, better than what they'd seen out of previous stints, then they can definitely then think about it. If they know that they're leaving, you know, more millimeters of rubber on the tyre, it's a possibility. They've got ways to measure it and know between now and then.
Do you remember as well, right, the fact that the MSI team is out basically means RAG has a firm lock on second in the championship, no matter what happens from here. So you just got to survive, Lorenzo, I guess.
I won't speak with a Brazilian accent, but, you know, it's 6 seconds up the road to Pure Sims, another 6 seconds up the road then Team 75, and this is, you know, obviously, prior to this round, your championship leading car, and new tyres on now, going to hunt down a bunch of cars on some older tyres. So this could be a... Oh, my word.
That's a liberal use of track limits.
This is going to be an interesting stint. Now, he didn't make the pass off track, he just completed it.
Yeah, that was... Eduardo Freitas would not approve, we'll put it that way. But I guess all's fair in love and war, as Simon Grossman in that Team 75 Bernard by SimRC 975 machine hands over to Lucas de Vries for the next couple of stints of the race. I might see a further driver change in the final couple of hours of the race. Still German sim racing hunting down Altus Esports for 9th position. Florian Denard in front of the BMW driven by Fabio Unverdrus as they work their way down the hill. Lewis McLeod has mentioned before that they actually did a stage of the Tour de France here, and they reached 90 kilometers an hour down the hill. That is incredible.
I think because I've been down a steep, straight, paved road on my bicycle, I don't think I've ever been faster than 70-ish, about 70 kilometers an hour.
I don't think I've even gone that fast, to be honest. I think I've probably done 40 or 50. In fact, if I go and look at my Strava data, I think I'd find that it's somewhere in that ballpark with some of the hills around me. But 90 seems brave. And the worst part is as well, I don't even think that's enough momentum to then climb up all the way through Eau Rouge and Radion. Imagine how much effort that actually takes.
Yeah, ridiculous. I went and I looked it up again, Arjuna, just for my own curiosity's sake. See, I'd been focused on the teams in the AA Eastern League, because those are the ones that might play against my Richmond, you know, Flying Squirrels. Go nutsy, have fun, go nuts. I forgot about the Texas League and Southern League. So the I think in the Southern League, there's no one can stand up to the Rocket City Trash Pandas.
Yes, no, that
Like,
is an OP team name.
Oh, Tennessee Smokies or the Chattanooga Lookouts or the Birmingham Barons. Okay, all right, not bad names for a sporting team, but you know, Rocket City Trash Pandas definitely the standout for the Southern League. And in the Texas League, I mean, you got some pretty plain stuff like Arkansas Travelers,
That's boring.
Northwest Arkansas Naturals,
Boring.
Springfield Cardinals.
Boring.
I reckon Amarillo Sod Poodles and the Midland Rockhounds.
Not bad. Midland Rockhounds. I think they probably have an interesting logo, mascot.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, this dog has a hard hat and a pickaxe, and he is ready to go deep underground and mine some diamonds. Something.
Midlands, what were they called again?
Rockhounds with no space, just like the Rumble Ponies
Ooh,
or
nice. Okay.
Seawolves.
Ooh,
The Seawolves have no space.
That is a good logo. That is a good mascot. In Texas as well. Oh, and they're the AA affiliate of the Oakland A's. So, I can root for them. For now.
Yeah, Flying Squirrels are the AA affiliate of a California team as well, but I can't remember exactly what one.
San Diego Padres?
No, not Padres. Aren't the Padres with like El Paso or something?
Yeah, something like that. It's not
So
the
it might-
Giants,
yes.
is it?
The only team that I can think of in California is the San Francisco Giants.
Their mascots are Juice the Moose and Rocky Rockhound.
Wait, what was the name of this one again?
Midland Rockhounds?
No, the other one that we were just talking about.
Flying Squirrels?
Trash Pandas?
The one that was affiliated with another of the Californian teams.
Richmond Flying Squirrels.
Okay, yeah. Richmond Flying Squirrels. Let me grab a look at this logo. Oh, that's not bad. That's an angry squirrel.
The thing I like
That
is their
squirrel
like actual,
means business.
Yeah, their actual like dressed up mascot doesn't have like, you know, the flying squirrel webbing between the arms and the legs. He's got like a superhero cape. So instead of being like a flying squirrel, it's like a squirrel that can fly like a superhero.
Right. Yeah, I like that. I wonder who comes. Surely there's like an agency that comes up with all of these names. Like there's got to be just one company. Can you imagine how creative that person is? Or the number of compounds that he's on when he's doing these projects.
About to say it could be a California-based
Right?
designer.
Yeah. Or based in Colorado. It's either or.
Everyone knows that California is the best.
I'm not gonna go into that conversation.
Lots of marbles through turn one, and you know, it's May. It means that, you know, all focused now on at least for us, the month of May. It's iRacing Indy 500 time, at least when it comes to me. When I see marbles, I just think of how they don't impact the racing at Indianapolis like they should, but it's great to see that dynamic element at least presented on the track. You see the actual track.
Did you see Colton Herta managed to avoid impacting Will Power?
Stop spoiling the race for me. I've got to go and watch it after this.
I'm talking about the practice. I haven't seen it. I've been here, dude. I haven't been able to watch it. I've been here this whole time. I'm talking about the Indy practice.
Okay. Yes. Well, I also
talking about practice.
There were lots of crashes. Barber is a very underrated track, and to be honest, it's a deceptively tricky track as well. I think it's a gem. Glad we have it on our race.
I like Barber. I'm sad that I'm skipping this week because I don't have time to practice in it.
Sure.
So, I'm not slow. Because
sure.
Dude, I did an 8-1 in practice under the VRS conditions. That means I was 1 second slower than Treno's best lap. I don't know how my race pace would translate, but I couldn't do 10 laps without crashing.
And just to wrap this up, the Richmond Flying Squirrels Major League affiliate is the San Francisco Giants.
Okay, there we go. Yeah. So, okay.
Option B then.
No, the Giants suck. The Giant Stadium was quite nice, though, I must say.
Best backdrop in
that too.
Baseball.
It is quite swanky a stadium, I'll say that. This conversation is never going to be over. I mean, whenever the three of us are put together, we are going to talk about minor league baseball team names because they are spectacular. They are spectacular. spectacular is a understatement. 3 hours or so to go. If you're wondering why we're babbling on about things that make absolutely no sense to those who are just tuning in, it's because, well, there's not much going on in the race right now. The gaps for the leads, all upwards of 10 seconds. The only close battle is between the two cars we're watching right now. German Sim Racing in their BMW hunting down the Altus Esports, the Logitech G Altus Esports Porsche 911 GT3R. Close battles other than that, well, 5 seconds between Pure Sims and Team 75 in the GT3 class. 6 seconds between Porsche Sport and Aztec SimSport Volante in the 992 class. But other than that is an endurance race where gaps have opened up and we're settled into the rhythm as we wind down on the season here today. We're going to step aside for a brief RaceSpotTV fan immersion. We're going to jump on board the German sim racing car of Fabio Unvejus to ride around the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. 3 hours to go. You're watching RaceSpotTV in the 12 Hours of Spa, the final round of the 2021-2022 24-hour series esports championship. Well, the fight between German Sim Racing and Altus Esports is picking up. Couple of swap arounds, couple of side-by-side moments, but for now, Florian Denard continues to hold off the charge of Fabio Unverdrus. Pit stops underway for the EFP Racing team making their debut in the competition today as we work through another hour of racing action. Hello everyone, delighted to have your company here on RaceSpotTV with 2 hours, 54 minutes left to go in this 2021-2022 24-hour Series Esports Championship. Alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, Lorenzo Bondo, David Haynes, working through these final hours of the race as German Sim Racing in their BMW looks to the outside line. The outside carries so much more momentum, and once again the BMW works its way forward and takes away 9th spot away from that 43 machine. Fight back coming though.
Denard saw it coming though. You saw him try to weave to break the draft a little couple places earlier, and he'll fight back for it. And I think just like you saw Unverdrus had the slipstream and a powerful run and a chance to attack, the shoe will be on the other foot. I reckon that's one of your off tracks just there.
It's a classic Spa overtake, isn't it? Get the run out of La Source, build the momentum through Eau Rouge and over the crest at Radion, and tow yourself into the Lecombe chicane. And it's been working a treat for teams.
Sandwich Ricardo Zonta, traditions.
Yes, oh yes, one of the moves that made me excited about racing when I was a young lad growing up. Seen similar things across of our schedule as well with this multi-class situation, sometimes as well with all four I should say of our classes on the same bit of real estate. So Biela Racing Team Euronics continues to lead in GT3. Altus Esports in the 992 class have actually built up the advantage back to Core Sim Racing to 19 seconds or so last time at the line. Then in GT4 it's been a domination from Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, where Marvin Strel leads by 1 minute 42 seconds from the Entropic team behind him. And Corentin Guinez has taken over from Kieran Harrison in the 159 Core Sim Racing TCR machine. They lead by 12.5 odd seconds in your TCR category. As the temperature drops, as the sun drops below the horizon, David, what changes here at Spa?
The queues at the bar, I reckon they get a bit longer this time of the day, but the track temp has, dropped big time in the last 5 hours from a 35, 36, might have peaked a little higher than that. We're now reaching some of the lowest temps. We're going to see it at 20. Lap times are quick, fuel consumption is high, but tyre life is good as well. And then we're going to have some beautiful orange hues, hopefully, but it has been a perfectly clear sky. Normally a good sunset needs just a little bit of cloud, but not too much.
We are going to race into the night as well, so we'll have some pitch black running. Of course.
Yeah, can we get a Lamborghini Huracan Endurance headlights check?
Oh, that's a good question. Let's check it out. No endurance headlights then for the Biela team. They're going to be lacking the light. What about the T3 Motorsport by Meteor? Again, no endurance headlights. If you're wondering what we're talking about, there's a big old bar on the just above the front radiator, which means that you've ticked the endurance headlight option when you ordered your Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo machine. Two cars have not clearly paid the premium for the extra bit of light. Neither has the Pure Sims number 16. Will R8G be the first? No. Hopes lie with the EFP racing car. Now please tell... There we go! Endurance headlights activated.
That's going to give him 10 seconds a lap in the last 2 hours.
Well, that's going to be enough to get them the lead, surely.
Well, they did lead at one of the race when everybody was actually on the pit cycles.
Yeah, they've been one car
Are they still pursuing that aggressive fuel strategy? They are.
They are.
So,
they just boxed?
No. They are then still more than 2 minutes, more than a whole lap behind the next car for position, unfortunately. So I don't think that's going to end up getting them any positions. But it'll save wear and tear on their pit crew.
Reduces the mistakes that you might have on pit lane as well, I guess. I'm just trying to think.
Is there any upcoming championships or races that they're also, preparing for?
That's a good point as well.
Because, I mean, it's one thing to, hot lap and practice your other stints, but the kind of technique required to be fast while fuel saving is something that requires a lot a lot of practice and trial and error. So I
It's funny you
wonder
say
if there's, upcoming GT3 races for him potentially.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. The 24 Hours of Spa, a couple of years back, I was actually faster while fuel saving than I was while going full tilt, just because I had built up that muscle memory so much and done so many...
Someone won in the last 2 or 3 years with the McLaren doing genuinely 3 stops less than everyone else.
Really?
Who was that?
Josh Cohen, I think. If there was top split, because I know Coenda won it for Hours of Spa with the McLaren. When everybody decided to go with Audis and everything.
Core Sim Racing in the 959 on pit road, along with the Altus Esports car, which sees Jordan Caruso out. And what are we calling him? The
Sicilian God.
There we go. I think Italian Stallion sounds better, and it's
I've been
funnier.
going with the spicy Mamma Mia.
Spicy Mamma Mia is nice as well. Simona Mira Marchena
That's better.
behind the wheel now of this Altus car. You'd expect that he's not going to do a 2 hour and 50 minute stint, although having said that, I think Jordan did a similar stint length to start this race off. What's the time check, David, in Australia?
20 past 5.
So it's just about time.
Time to get a VB up.
Just about time to get some toast with some Vegemite on it and go off to work, maybe.
Struth, mate. Is that what you want to hear?
Yes. I don't know what that means, but yes, sure.
Except today's a public holiday in at least Queensland.
Oh, what is the public holiday?
Labor Day.
Ah, okay. It's the we need a day just to have a day off day.
Yeah.
It's a celebration of the great achievements of the labour movement for workers' rights in Queensland.
Sure.
You got lucky they actually put that on a Monday because over here we're actually having Labor Day on a Sunday. So
well, usually if it's a public holiday on a Sunday, most times companies will give you the Monday off. At least so I've always seen it.
Might not.
Yeah, that sounds like
But
suboptimal.
as a counterpart, I'm actually quitting my job on Friday, so
you can take Monday off and they won't care.
Yes, I can do that.
There you go. So
no, anytime a public holiday that is a set day falls on a Saturday or a Sunday in Australia, you get the most adjacent work day as a public holiday. So the example the other weekend was Anzac Day fell on a Sunday, so the Monday was Anzac Day public holiday. Same thing happens with Queen's birthday, etc. We will not let the foolish follies of the Gregorian calendar, etc. Rob us a public holiday.
Oh, you still celebrate the Queen's birthday?
We have a public holiday called Queen's Birthday, yes. And every state has it on a different day of the year. And none of them are the actual Queen's birthday.
That makes so much sense, doesn't it? So much sense. I could tell you for one thing, Americans would not want to celebrate the Queen's birthday. Although I'd like a day off, just for the sake of having a day off. That sounds fun. So that's Altus Esports. Still 17 seconds now clear of Oscar Irene in that Core Sim Racing 959 machine that's running down through La Source. Both cars taking just tires in this, or rather, just taking fuel in the most recent cycle of pit stops. No tires for either of these competitors as the Core Sim Racing car gets a bit of dirty air from the Pure Sim GT3. We'll get a good indication as well here of the straight line performance of that Core Sim Racing car. Is it going to tuck up, be nice? Is it going to look to the inside? Rene's being quite nice. He's being quite reserved as they work themselves into the Lacombe chicane. David, can you pronounce that corner name for me?
Sorry, which one?
The one that we just gone through. The one at the end of the Camel Straight.
Lacombe and Melmedy?
It's Lacombe. What did you call it again, Lorenzo? Lacombe?
Lacombe.
Yeah.
I blame, but then again, I fully blame Connery Mavic. But then again, but here's the thing: why we can call this corner Lacombe, and then we have to call Castle Coombe?
Because that's how it's pronounced, Lorenzo.
part of my brain just is melting right now. But then again,
Can I please order a caipirinha?
Oh, now we're talking about food. You're gonna make me hungry again.
Oh, we were talking about food while we were actually after the break. We were talking about Mother's Day.
Oh, it is Mother's Day soon, isn't it?
Yeah, next Sunday.
Do all three of our countries observe that on the same day?
No, probably not. Let's be real. That would be too logical.
I've had this, varying thing where I believe Mother's Day, definitely UK observes it on a different day. So people who are like in Australia but their mother is in the UK.
Oh,
like,
right.
What do I do? It's like, the answer is just call your mum both days.
Yeah. And yeah, there you go.
If you have to, buy something or get it delivered or whatever, do it for Mother's Day where your mum is. But when it's Mother's Day in Australia, still give her a call.
Still the battle between German Sim Racing and Altus Esports goes on. It's the Porsche that's behind in this fight, as through the bus stop they come. I do wonder where we are sitting when it comes to those track limit violations, being noticeably quiet from race control recently from what I've seen. But
I keep watching it, and we've still only had the two drivers over, two teams overstep 50. But the interesting thing is, since we had the 50 off-track penalty come through for 469 Carbon Sim Sport GT4, subsequently cars 8 and 5 from the GT category, which are powered by Vendaval and
Williams Esports,
yes, have only just reached their 25, so they've got a lot of change in their back pocket.
Yeah, and I think, this is what one of the Biela drivers was mentioning earlier, was that when we thought maybe that they were maybe losing speed compared to, I think it was a T3 Motorsports car in hours 3 and 4 of the race, what they really were doing was doing a 2-hour block of the race with no off tracks in the equation as MSI. Well, that's a forced off track because German Sim Racing forces it down the inside of No Name Corner on the run down into Pouhon. But how you approach the races with the off track is somewhat important, Lorenzo, because if you leave yourself in a pickle, as Johnny Vecchio found out in a BMW Sim GT Cup race last year, I think it was, when Max Verstappen used 24 incidents in the first hour, left Johnny Vecchio with just one to spare in the final 60 minutes. It's only going to end in one way, and that's disqualification.
Yeah, it's going to leave in mayhem. And here's the thing, I think Max Verstappen is probably one of those guys that has the most knowledge in terms of off-track, especially at Spa. Him and Lando Norris to Kalaki in terms of off-tracks.
I think he knows where the off-tracks are at Interlagos as well.
Yeah, that too, obviously. And got from A license to D license. Well, that's a thing. And furthermore, I think more importantly, they must be thankful they're not tracking at the old track limits on Spa. Because if that was actually a thing, I'm pretty sure we wouldn't just see two penalties for track limit infringement. We probably would have seen half the grid with that being hit with that.
Track limits, always a hot button topic, aren't they? We mentioned this earlier as well. It's the same incident limit as for the 6-hour races this season. So there was a couple of messages from the teams, the drivers, a bit concerned about that, but race control told them it works the same way in the real world, and they got to drive around it, and that's the truth. The white lines are the track. It's as simple as that. You get a little bit too greedy with them. There's got to be some disincentive. I don't want to say punishment because that's not the word I want. Disincentive to push wide and to take liberal use of the runoff area. The Entropic 412, by the way, has just come down onto pit lane. They're going to come back out in second, such as the dominance that first and second have. And, second place still a good almost 2 minutes now behind your race leader in your GT4 class. Now, as they work themselves into...
Arjuna?
Go ahead, yes.
I'm looking at the penalty sheet, right?
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure I see a ruling about the contact that we saw at this part of the track between the GT4 and the GT3, and it seems like the stewards are in agreement with David Haynes.
Oh, okay. Yes, I was actually just reading. Danny Elgabay is not thrilled about that particular decision. He was chatting with the stewards and trying to understand and trying to plead his case that he was not to blame. So to confirm, the MSI Esports car was adjudicated as responsible for the incident that took them out of the race. MSI and Danny were trying to argue that the GT4 cars was pushed wide by a result of, touching the inside curve. The steward's pointing out, though, that the MSI BMW doesn't really leave much space. So the GT4 car was pinched down, and Danny tried to put forth various arguments around that. But David Haynes, do you have your Jeremy Clarkson smug face on right now?
No, not really. I'm not happy about the result. It's a shame, we lost a car that was potentially going to give some excitement towards the end. So
here's the toe.
Yeah, I'm not happy.
Here's the toe from Florian Denard, this time a bit closer. Now, does he back off and save some fuel like he's been doing the last couple of laps? Yeah, I think he's going to stay in line and bide the time until the opportunity presents itself, maybe further in the stint, closer to the pit stop window. Now, these cars, both 17 laps into the run, so they're not far away, Lorenzo, from coming down to box.
Yeah, 7 laps average. Before coming into the pit stop, and Florian doing a really good job of keeping that BMW honest and still fast. They were slightly faster than our G on the previous lap by 1/10 of a second nearly.
Sun continues to drop closer and closer to below the horizon. Again, we'll look at those weather conditions. It's cool here in the Ardennes. 17 degrees in the air, 20 down on the track as we tick almost now past 7:30 in our virtual representation of Spa-Francorchamps. Probably around 8:30, I would think, is when it will be pitch black, Dave, and I'm not sure what you think here. I'm totally guessing. I want to make that clear. I have no prior knowledge or information as to when the sun might drop.
Once you can see the headlights from the cars on the track surface, you got 15 minutes.
Okay, so I'll wait and see when that moment...
Like how when the street lights come on, you've got 15 minutes to be home, young man.
Someone's got PTSD, I think.
I think we discovered from a previous broadcast that you far more than I, but
yes. But I'm not the one bringing it up right now.
Fair enough.
Well, again, we set a low bar. We set a very low bar in those first 4 hours with some of the topics that we discussed. But if you're watching, whether it be on YouTube, on RaceSpotTV or Twitch and VCO Esports, do let us know who you're cheering for, what you want to see, and as we look to the future of the 24-hour Series Esports Championship, what you think future editions should have, what cars, what classes, of course, bringing elements over from the real world. What more do you want to see?
Wait, Arjuna, do you hear that?
What do I hear?
I hear some faint drumming. 1/10 away from lowering the fastest lap of the race just then for Ruben Bonga.
Oh, okay. So the track conditions are coming down. Now remember, he's on old tires, so I think as soon as they get back onto fresh rubber, we're going to see some rapid lap times coming in. But
I reckon he's the right phase in the stint there too, because he's going to pit in 6 laps, get on the new set of tyres, and then once you've burned through about half of the tank of fuel, the car gets lighter. Tyres are still new enough, and that's typically the sweet spot with an endurance setup.
Going back to our race control watch as well, as this part of the track is getting dark, very dark, as there's no now yellow sun illuminating this part of the track. It's just the residual light bouncing around the track. David, you just noticed that there's a penalty that's come down to the MSI Esports 136 car for blocking the RAG Lamborghini trying to make a pass.
Yeah, because I was just looking at that sheet we were talking about, MSI, and right as I've got my eyes on it, it starts refreshing, it starts updating, and that came straight through, fresh off the press from Race Control, who thankfully have not had to make too many decisions in the last 2 hours or so, but that was one of them before my eyes.
Dominic Engel chiming in to say that the official sunset should be around 8:54, so we still have about 90 minutes then to go before that. However, it will be visibly pitch black, maybe only after 9:32, so a full 2 hours. So maybe only the final half an hour of this race would be contested under pitch black conditions. You're talking about Race Control not having much to do. Of course, again, longest race of the season. The stewards do have to sit around for a while and keep themselves entertained. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff that's going on.
I bet there's a secret tab on that Race Control sheet where they're playing tic-tac-toe.
Well, I was just going to say there's plenty of actual racing going on this weekend, so it's not like they have any shortage, whether it be virtual or real action, to keep themselves entertained throughout the day. But I see Dominic Engel in chat, and I always think now, we had the VRS SCO 24 Hours of Spa last year, Lorenzo. It was just Dominic and Ronald Grossman in Race Control for all 24 hours. Now that sounds like a lot of work.
That's a lot of work. It's an understatement. See, two individuals had to handle a race that, if I recall, there was money in the line, if I recall correctly. If there was something in it. So drivers going full paddles to the metal in it. Two gentlemen trying to handle the fury of the driver's team, all the paddock drama. It's a little bit of a handful, but well, they have the SEO experience to back that up. Good to see them. I wish they could race as the GT4. I raced against them in the Nürburgring Endurance Championship. They were the only GT4 car was actually doing the same pace as the top split GT4s.
They're not just Race Control wizards, but they're not half bad behind the wheel of a car as well, as working past the Core Sim Racing 992 car is this battle for 9th place. In the GT3, the gap between Altus and...
This is rough for Altus, because now they've got that Porsche Cup car in front of them that they're going to have to dive bomb, but we've established the Porsche Cup cars are quicker through this sector.
Doesn't seem to have impacted it too much, though, as they work down the hill, and you'd expect Core to be the one actually loses out here. That gap already now over 20 seconds. They lost almost a full second just by virtue, I think, of that pass attempted from the Altus Esports car, and now they'll have to lift off the throttle as they get down into the braking zone of the Lecombe chicane. They've got the Lamborghini for T3 Motorsports in second, closing behind as well. They'll lose a little bit more time there, so any hope, I think, of them fighting for a victory is starting to just fall away. Caruso was putting in some great lap times, and now it's Marcheno putting in some great lap times as well. Last time around, 1.5 seconds quicker.
Giga Simone.
Must be pretty happy with that pace, that's for sure.
Altus Airlines.
Wait, so there's actually a way that we can figure out if Jordan is still awake or not. Let's check if Jordan Caruso is still in this session. And
he's not.
He's not. There we go. So I think maybe we are going to see Simone in for the rest of the race,
yep.
and probably it's a brief nap that Caruso's going to grab. I would not be shocked if he's back up in time to celebrate the victory, because it wouldn't just be the race victory, of course, Lorenzo. It's the championship as well.
Yeah, well, Simone did say in a few discourse that Jordan was nearly passing out from being asleep, so I don't think Jordan is going to be handling the interview if he comes to the interview, which for me is not a bad thing, don't get me wrong. I like Jordan, but if we have to be biased over here, I like Simone better to do the interview than the Australian.
Bo Albert has just indicated he's gone upstairs, I would assume, to grab those Z's, as it were. Get some rest in.
I think he'd be more likely to have some Zeds.
I know. I realized that as soon as I said that. But yes, he's going to grab some shut-eye before hopefully celebrating with Simone.
No public holiday in Victoria where they
okay.
But
see. Well, still, I wonder if he's still got the day job living in the Altus Esports house. Is he full-time? I'm not 100% sure about that. Still that battle between Altus and German Sim Racing, you know the drill. It's field saving from Florian Denard. It's Unvajus punching the hole in the air. They got Ruben Bonga behind, who's going to be wanting to clear them, as soon as feasible. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I'll ask you this question then, David. I mean, I posed it to Lorenzo, I posed it to...
How about 3 wide?
Yeah, but again, you've got to think that they got to give room to Maniti, and actually, Altus is going to try and take advantage of this one. That's a good, sneaky little play. Bundled wide is the German sim racing car, and loses that traction, loses the position, but these guys are not done. Ding-dong battle continues to go on. Lights flashing, I think, there for a moment. Not too impressed with Altus, but all's fair in love and war. So I was talking about, the 24-hour series in the real world and some of the places that they go and visit, and what we're really missing here on iRacing. I mean, you've got Portimao, Dubai. Do they go there?
Yes? They definitely did. I don't know if they brought GT3s. They definitely brought TCRs and GT4s and whatever to Ennepegusa.
Yeah, David is right, because they do go for a special event at Ennepegusa. It's not part of the calendar per se.
Yeah, that's why it's not on the website anymore. So, but out of the ones that are actually running this year, David, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Mugello, Portimao, those are the ones that we're missing. What do you think we really need first here on iRacing? Having a long old think about this one.
Yeah, I sure am. Do you know what? I never would have said Abu Dhabi before the current
changes
version. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Now I'm like, yeah. I put that above Dubai, even though I kind of want Dubai. Look, Mugello and Portimao are cool, and
sounds like you want some new regions.
Yeah, they just don't spark a fire with me. Like, they're not bad tracks. I just don't have as much of a connection. They're good tracks that do get used for a lot of. My first thought, with new tracks on iRacing is always, will you see good racing there in both
faster and slower cars?
Yeah, a Mercedes Grand Prix car and a GT4.
Mark Perez. Has he had another connection issue? Because he's taken a tow back, or rather Gabby Montoro this time. Again, technical issues for him. MSI's TCR car plagued, and in fact MSI throughout the day plagued by just some awful luck, and that is an understatement. We're going to see some mishap as well for that's not Fabio Unvajus, that is a replay of the Entropit car in second, who does keep it out of the wall, but that's lost him a little bit more time in that battle. I say battle, it's a battle to stay on the lead lap at this point compared to the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC car, but small little mistake, lost a couple of seconds there. MSI's TCR car though, again Lorenzo in pit lane.
It's more adding insult to injury, man. It's such a shame to see the GT3 car having issues, now the TCR is having issues as well. A team that was really good this season, was the only team that could actually match Core in terms of, real good performances that could turn a lost race into a winnable race. So going down like that. Now I'm trying to remember, what did Lewis say about being at the lead of the championship and then losing, I think, lap 2, if I recall correctly, or like the first hours? That's what's happening to them of sorts.
Luke Akita in that Bila Racing Euronics car rolls himself onto pit lane now again. Should be a full service here. Will it be a driver change? Yes, it will. Patrick Heinrich back into the checkered flag. You think he will need a splash and dash, and it's not going to just be a splash. He's likely going to need, about a good 30 minutes worth of fuel or something around that bracket, David, because we aren't looking at 60-minute stints in GT3 today. We're looking at stints closer to 50, 55 minutes across the board.
Yep. So Yeah, I would say it's 2.5, even maybe 2.6. Since from here, what are we predicting? 64 laps, so 25 and 25 with then 15 more to go. Okay, that's 2 2/3.
It's not a short one. That is for sure. Now I see oh my word, TCR, they're just falling like flies. Team Hoisingveld, the most recent to have required a trip back down pit lane. Now, can we pick up what's happened to them? That car does not look like...
Run out of fuel.
Did he forget to box, or is there a hardware failure? Because he's stuck in 6th gear. I'm not 100% sure, to be completely honest. Revs drop. I think he's done. Out of fuel.
Hey, cars start slightly dying. I think I lost source, and once he shifted up to 6, the car just immediately dies on the run off the All Ridge complex.
So let's see here. Out of La Source.
My data says they've been doing 20 lap stints and they were on 20 laps at this point.
So they went 1 lap too long. Is that
I think they just forgot to pit, yeah.
Right, yeah.
It looks like it's out here. It's not like they got halfway
Just
around the lap
in.
and then we're like, uh-oh.
Yep, it starts spluttering. It splutters. And that is a mistake that you really don't want to make in a competition of this level.
It's a rookie error, and it's why, for example, you know, your 992 class leaders, they don't leave their driver alone. There's always someone, you know, watching, spotting, in their ear. I'm sure, you know, they come to that final corner, and whoever's in their ear says, pitting this lap, pit in. Gives them the reminder. It's the driver's responsibility, but someone else has got to, you know, backstop that, because I've made that mistake once, and you never let yourself do it again, you know.
I know. I just did that in an IndyCar league where I was actually P2 on the way to win the race, and the fun thing is the teammate was right in front of me and we were managing the race, and he said, oh, we're pitting next lap. Okay, pitting next lap. He makes a mistake, I overtake him. I had tunnel vision. I didn't listen to the spotter.
Sorry, we'll get back to that story. I've just realized, depending on how long that tow is for Fabian Siegmann in the 148 car, MSI is currently scored or indicated as 60 seconds back from Team Hoisingveld. There is a chance, because of where that car was, that MSI, even after 2 technical failures, might finish this race in 2nd.
Because that's a nasty tow, isn't it?
Yes.
When it basically doubles what you'd normally have to, you know, drive out on the track. So if you tow in the final sector, you lose 30 seconds. You tow in the first sector of the lap, the tow truck goes for a nice little drive around through the village of Stavolo, etc. And, you know, you end up losing as a delta compared to, you know, having completed the lap on track on your all 4 wheels, proportionally more, closer to, you know, 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes, almost losing a whole lap.
So MSI's on the run into the bus stop now. Core is going to win this race by a lap as it stands. Hoisingveld's still not rolling. I think MSI will grab 2nd place back in this championship fight. Now, there they go, up to 2nd.
Arjun, I really hope you haven't cursed Core right now.
It's fine. I'm just looking for the drama. GT3 pit stops underway as well. We saw Patrick Heinrich take over the Biela racing car, Tim Matska into the number 7 big green machine, Josh Ladd in the Mahler racing car rolling out of pit lane, Sotomuto in the Williams Esports car, Daniel Ferguson in the Pure Sims machine, and Altus and German Sim Racing have both come down to the box as well this most recent time around. But, okay, never mind. It was a scoring error from what I can tell, because there goes the Team Hoisingveld machine, and they're now scored in 2nd again, and MSI has scored a full lap basically back, 2 full minutes. So, I'm not sure exactly how that math worked out, David, but it's still Hoisingveld in 2nd somehow.
Yeah, what have I got? for laps completed, 223 for Hoisingfeld, 222 for MSI. So I think while the car was, in inverted commas, on the tow truck, it was kind of in this sort of limbo twilight zone. And then when it's released, they do the service, it gets back out on track. I think that they're one of the few teams whose pit box is before the timing line. Most of the pit lane, all of your GT3 runners are past the timing line in the pit lane, a la Michael Schumacher trying to serve a penalty. Whereas this TCR and a couple of other TCR cars are in the small part of the pit lane that is before the timing beam.
I think I understood what you're saying, but I got 2 hours of sleep last night, so there's a very real possibility that I didn't understand what you're saying as well, so I won't pretend. I won't try and re-explain it in my own words. Team 75 Bernard by Sim. I see Bram Van Putten in the GT3 car, hands over to Jamie Moon. Now just waiting for Rasim Fazouian in the RAG machine to come down and pit in that Lamborghini. Again, 43 cars started, we're down to 33. Out there and running, and at a very, very long track like Spa, it means that the traffic is a little bit more broken up. It makes it a little bit more easy to navigate. And since that moment that we had with the GT4 car and the MSI Esports TCR machine, David, rather, MSI Esports GT3 machine and the, Race Gear GT4 machine, we haven't really seen any traffic difficulty since then.
There was a brief moment where the Paul Team 75 car had to squeak through a little bit of traffic 3 wide, but no contact was made, so it probably didn't register on any system there. But they kind of went barreling between a GT4 and a TCR or something, I think, at the end of the Kemmel Straight, a couple laps back. It was right before they then passed the half-spun Entropic GT4. So it was that lap. But yeah, nothing particularly dramatic. Speaking of that particular GT3, there it is. Just leaving pit lane after their pit stop. So what have they got? 62 laps to go. You're thinking they've been doing 25 and 24 lap stints. So the tyres that they've just put on for the 75, I reckon, are going to go to the end in these kind of circumstances. Track temp has just dipped under 20 degrees Celsius for the first time I've seen. And so, with a predicted 62 laps left to go for your leader, teams pitting right now are going to have, 25 laps on the double stint, and that takes them to about 12 to go, laps-wise.
So that would be more of a splash, a half tank. Not a true splash, but at least it's not terrible.
No way you could convince me, oh yeah, we need to put on a new set of tyres for the last 30 minutes.
Right.
25 minutes. Nuh-uh.
So
they're like, this'll be good.
Yeah, I think RAG then, they're in that picture where we would not expect them to put on tyres at any stage from now, as they run a little bit wide through turn 1, grabbing a little...
The only real alternative would be to do a full stint here, put on a new set of tyres with a full tank with an hour and a half to go. But again, that still also doesn't make any sense to me compared to trying to do 2.5 stints on these GT3 tyres in these cooling conditions.
By the way, I don't think Team Hoisingveld were the only car that made a mistake with pit lane and coming to pit. I think the Aztec Simsport Volante GT4 car did something similar at one point, because I saw something very similar from them. Similar pit lane time as well. I think the 404 made a similar mistake. We have a couple of these Aztec Simsport Volante cars. Here's the, well, it's not meant to be the 97, but that's how they registered for the session. It's meant to be the 996, but big news for this team, this outfit moving forward, as they partnered up with Visceral Esports. I think I got that right. Bringing the sim racing expertise is Volante, and continuing their partnership with the Aztec Simsport group. It will be fun to see how this develops in the future. From what I understand, Visceral Racing a little bit more focused on things like F1 esports and whatnot. So we'll see what this means for them in the future, as a team that we've seen across of 24-hour series, as well as the Ivor suite of competitions builds for the rest of the year, as well as looking forward to the winter of 2022 rolling down into 2023. Gap at the front of the field for the GT3s is starting to come down again. Patrick Heinrich is now paired against Tim Matska. I guess now, Lorenzo, those off tracks that the Biela Racing team have saved through the course of the race might come in handy here as they're able to push just a little bit more.
Yeah, I just want to confirm if the number 7 actually has off-track issues. Yeah, they did get a warning about 6 hours ago. Now we're at nearly 10 hours in. Yeah, so not far behind. They actually got the first warning, so they have to be more mindful of pushing the car. But still, quite of a manageable gap. But the problem is Heinrich is getting traffic at very, very bad spots.
Again, the traffic will give, the traffic will take. It's all about managing expectations, rolling with the punches, and seeing where things shake out at the end of this race. If you're watching on VCO Esports' Twitch and you're wondering where the Formula Sim Racing World Championship is, do head on over to YouTube on the VCO Esports page or on the Formula Sim Racing page to catch the coverage from the Circuit de la Sarthe as the championship rolls on for, I believe it is round 5 this season. Colin Sport, from what I understand, put it on pole position by just 0.08 of a second, so it's looking like it might be a feisty race in a track where draft will be a big old factor. That is for sure. So coverage to the end, to the checkered flag here on the VCO Twitch. VCO Esports' YouTube page has you covered for Formula Sim Racing action. I believe they would likely be about halfway through today's race. We are well past the halfway marker. We're getting into the closing 2 hours of the season. It's been a perfect day so far for the 46, 2 hours and 13 minutes for them to survive. Their sister car sacrificed qualifying and hung back from there, but the charge came a little bit unstuck after a bit of contact for them. We're looking now at the R8G car. You'll see they're closely followed by the German sim racing BMW that we're just taking a look at. And David, we were talking about, you know, the short stint that drivers were going to have at the end of the race. German sim racing have taken that short stint already with a 22-second pit stop, this most recent trip down pit lane.
Yeah, that reeks of basic, pardon me, bit my tongue, what? About half of a tank of fuel that they then need to get to the point where they've got a double stint to go. Therefore, I assume in about 25 minutes' time, they'll bolt a new set of tyres on there, and they'll be one of the teams with the freshest tyres in the final 2 hours of the race. So that's interesting. Rather than, you know, taking a full tank of fuel and fresh tyres and going for a 2.5 stint, they've brought that a little bit forward to give themselves just a straight-up double stint on the tyres and fuel to the end. That will be interesting because, you know, they were going back and forth with Altus and others, and this is the more congested part of the GT3 field. So keep an eye on them, I guess, in the final hour as well, particularly if they end up battling against cars that have gone triple stint on a set of tyres.
I wonder if maybe they thought they were losing too much time with Altus and the fight that they were having and just thought the track position was important. But I'm always one, Lorenzo, that thinks that if you pit early and you get the fuel number wrong in this splash of the race and you leave yourself a bit short, you're exposed. You're not so exposed if you fill up, you know, maximum tank capacity until the final stint of the race, because then you have a much better indication of how many laps the race is going to go, what your fuel mileage is looking like, especially as the track continues to cool off. And of course,
well, can I jump in?
Sure, go ahead.
Because, you know, it's, you know, you're taking your big drive and and then putt it in at the end. You don't play golf by taking,
I like that analogy.
A 20-meter putt and then trying to bring it home with 2 drives.
I do like that really analogy. Yeah. But
and I don't even play golf. I've never played golf in my life.
Are you a croquet man instead?
No.
I know. I was just throwing that in. But no, I agree. That's a great way to put it, and we'll see how it plays out. Again, we're not strategists at this level for a good reason, because we'd probably make all sorts of mistakes at the level that these guys are at. Racine Fazui, we did talk about drivers, you know, being able to extend to the end of the race. No tires taken from him. I think he might actually need tires though at some point, because the last time he would have taken tires was what, 3 hours and 5 or 10 minutes left in the race?
Something like that, I think, when Finalosa took the car. Sorry, not Finalosa, but Thibaut.
I'm not 100% sure.
Quad Stint R8G, why not?
Well, after their experience with the puncture in the early sequence of the race, that probably gives them a couple of flashbacks. But again, they're looking for championship points as well, so that is something to just be thinking about. Let's give you a bit of a rundown on the championship situation again as we cycle to the top of another racing hour here on RaceSpotTV. Let's start again with the GT3s, where RAG, by virtue of the MSI retirement, would jump up. In fact, let's not just look at the top 5, let's look at the top 10, because I think that will give us a bigger picture overall. MSI would drop down significantly. They'll be pretty crushed, I think, when they reflect on that. RAG would get up into second. Maniti, by virtue of the double points race, would cycle up to 4th. That would be a big old jump and swing in things. The Ispis, powered by Vendavel team, doing their best to try and break our graphics, I tell you what there. Then I didn't mean to go to GT4, but we'll talk about GT4s. GT4s, again, it's been a dominant season from these guys, looking to make it 5 wins in 6 races. If it holds as is, they'd be a double point victory clear of the Entropic 412 with Pearson's 3rd. Might have been slightly different if Pure Sims reflected on the season and maybe some of the self-inflicted struggles that they've had at times. Did recover from their own pit mistakes last time out to still grab a 2nd place finish, but an 8th and a 6th, the disappointment for them. The Undercut Racing team, after grabbing 4 podiums in the opening 5 races, with their retirement today, will cycle down into 4th position. It's the Entropic 412 car that will take full advantage in what will be just their 2nd podium of the season. Then in the 992s, on their way to not just the championship, or rather not on their way just to the victory, but to the championship as well. Altus Esports control their own destiny with Core Sim Racing 2nd in line, 2nd in points as well. Williams Esports missing out today and choosing not to run a car as they focus on the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. Will drop down into what will become 5th position with the Aztec Simsport Volante car, P3 in the points, with T3 Motorsports' number 978. Not just on the greatest number in all of racing, 78 on points, but with the 78 in their number as well. So that's how it shakes out here. And last but not least, after the drama that we've seen with multiple cars running out of fuel and having technical issues, Team Hoisingveld 2 points clear of the MSI Esports group, with the gap sitting at just under 2 minutes. That's how it sits right now. And talking of the embarrassing fuel mistake, Marcel Tai is just posted in our YouTube chat. That was embarrassing. No more pressure on Core Sim Racing. Have you guys ever made that sort of mistake? Lorenzo was talking about a story, but David, have you ever done it?
Yes.
I
At least
have
once
to.
I can think of. We were leading our Watkins Glen 6-hour split. Annoying. We had such a great strategy for the Merc GT3. And my teammate was chatting some nonsense on my in-lap and I forgot.
So we've all done it, is the way that we think it goes. So, yeah. Don't feel too bad. I guess it's just you don't want to make it at this caliber of competition. There is that Core Sim Racing car that's on its way to a 5th victory of the year and on its way to the championship as it would stand for the time being. Gap for Maniti. It's down to 8.5 seconds, Lorenzo. The Lamborghini is charging and charging fast.
Yeah, average of being nearly a full second faster per lap. There are some up and downs like a roller coaster, but other than that, Team Matska is putting the work, man. I like to see Team putting the work and keeping the hopes of a battle towards the end of the race clock. But it's running out of time. It's going to be really hard they can actually get those 8 seconds with 2 hours to go unless traffic happens.
Traffic's cost them just a little bit through that double apex right-hand hairpin that launches you down the hill in towards Puhon. Look at how he maximizes the track as well as he sweeps the momentum through. Sun not completely behind the mountains just yet as it continues to drop. Slowly but surely, that gap is coming down. It's come down a whole heap. I think that Patrick Heinrich, has he lost time with traffic? Yeah, there's a GT4 car that's cost them on the exit of Stavolo. That's the Acetec SimSport Volante car. It's under 8 seconds now. If you're Biela, well, what do you think in this portion of the race, David, with, I mean, one hand on the championship? You don't have to win to wrap things up, but you definitely want to close things out in style.
If I'm Biela or if I'm in their position?
Yeah, yes, if you're Biela in their position, both.
Or I'm probably thinking lots of naughty cuss words and aiming for the victory.
I see where you're going with that.
Whereas if I'm David Haynes in that same position, about the same.
Fair. That dirty Aussie language, right?
Yeah, something like that.
So there's that endurance pit exit. We were talking about that earlier. Glad that we're not using it, at least from the team's perspective, because it does feel like an age as you trundle down all the way to the bottom of the hill just before the regular cars would enter into Eau Rouge and up in towards Radion. You get off the limiter and you roll yourself on the right side of the track. 7.6, the gap at the frontier. Not sure why Oscari Rene is dropping like a stone. I wonder if there's damage on this car, Lorenzo. They're now 29 seconds back from Altus in the lead of the 992 class.
Same. And I cannot tell you why they are dropping like that. The car is pristine if you're looking at the whole body of that 959. 959. Okay, I said it correctly. Yeah. Car of Core Sim Racing. I'm wondering, Oscar is already thinking about round 1 of the RaceSpot Rally Championship.
That's a good call. Maybe he's just realized that he doesn't have the pace and he's thinking about all the slides that he's going to do when he switches back to Richard Burns Rally. Still interested to, of course...
Scandinavian flicks, I'm sure.
Oh, plenty. Scandinavian flicks are plenty. Still interested to see where the trio end up. Carl Jansen intimating that maybe he'll have an announcement in the next coming days as to where he's going. Oscar Rene and Oscar Mangan, of course, the other two that we'll wait and see where the new pastures for them are. As we talk to Oscari, he wants something to be fun as well. It's so important at this level to make sure in a fun group, familial environment to some degree as well. And I talk about...
was Jansen somewhere else, or did he go direct from Radicals to Core?
I believe direct.
Direct.
Are you thinking there was another team in the mix somewhere?
Yeah, couldn't remember. It was a while since, he was Radicals Online, and I just wondered if in the intervening years there was some other pit stop in between.
Well, according to Sim Racing Wiki, which therefore must be true, it was direct.
That was in 2018, if I recall correctly. No, it's not far off. And I'm not looking at Sim Racing Wiki. I'm just trying to look at the top of my head right now.
Well, Sim Racing Wiki actually doesn't have the dates when he actually joined Core Sim Racing.
Oh, no.
So that's fantastic. But yes, do believe it was direct. Of course, Core Sim Racing, such a staple, I guess you could call them in iRacing. If Dominic Engel is still listening, they've got that terrible paint scheme that they had for the VCO Esports Racing World Cup and a couple of the races there. But yes, of course they had who joined last year, former F1 Esports driver Alex van der Wal, I think that's how you say the name. He joined last year. Then who else joined last year? They had the TCR guys who joined, right? Corentin Guinness and Kieran Harrison also joining that lineup. So they're still going to have some good talent by the top level of sim racing standards. We'll see where it ends for them. Here comes, well, the I'm calling him the Italian Stallion. Sorry, I think that's a good nickname for Simone. He's into the box, and did he miss the box there? Did he have to back up?
Yeah, it was if it was a slight thing, like a tenth of a second, and that's pretty much it.
It doesn't seem to. I mean, again, they've got a 30-second gap, so almost. So it's not like they're in trouble. But yes, here comes Oscari as well. Up on the jacks goes Simone. Again, they took just fuel both cars last time, so you do expect it to be a full service. Oscari's going to jump out. The Irishman, Oscar Mangan, takes over for what you think is that final 2-hour dash to the end, and surely Marceno's going to run as well, with Jordan Caruso getting some much-needed shut-eye. Off the jacks and rolling is the Italian.
I like to imagine if and when they win the championship, Bo Albert's going to go wake him up with those party poppers.
They should film that for the content. I mean, come on, that's great. If you got the team house, you got to make full use of it, right? Surely. Porsche Sport and Acetec SimSport Volante battling for 7th in the 992 category. Closest battle that we've got on track.
My only concern is the cat.
Surely the cat can be sequestered somewhere safe. So the art car chased down by the crumpled in front end of that 97. Both these cars for registration infringements did have a 60-second time penalty before the green flag dropped, so they had to fight back from there. And they're in front of the Torque Freak inertia cars, as well as, of course, the Racing Lab car that retired in the race. Bo Albert is saying that we can arrange that. Bo, say no more. Just get it done. Hashtag do it.
I'll stop being mean to Bo on Twitter if he does it.
Maybe if he does it, the curse of Bo Albert, especially when Arjuna Kenkibody is commentating on him, will be lifted. Because poor Bo could not buy some luck, at least when it comes to stuff that I've seen him do. But I've heard that Bo's having a little bit of bad luck in some of the Australian national championships regionally, which is good to hear. Hopefully Bo's enjoying himself. And the cat is attacking the table while Bo's trying to eat breakfast. Why am I not surprised to hear that?
It is
such
just
a cat thing to do.
Bo.
They're not happy unless they're making sure you're not.
Carl Jansen saying that the core sim racing car is understeering a lot in these cooler conditions, so that's not great, and maybe explains why they may be preserving the tires earlier, but preserving the tires doesn't matter if you can't turn the car appropriately, and that's why they're losing time. Talking of losing time, 5 seconds, the gap between Patrick Heinrich and Tim Matska, David.
I think we've seen this. I've been sat in my chair for 6 hours or something now. Patrick Heinrich seems to have a really long fuse on his pace. So he gave up a chunk of time when he first got in to the car in his last set of stints. But then, settled in and was flying along and opening up the gap by the end of it. So I wonder if we'll see the same here. The gap's come down from 8 seconds to 5 seconds, might come down a little bit further, but once Heinrich gets going, I mean, he's the top of his pace and his lap times is absolutely everything you'd expect and need to hold on to this race lead. It's just that the laps on the slower end of the scale gives away a bit of time, and then it stabilizes, and we'll see. Matska obviously ridiculously rapid, and it just seemed like he took a bit to warm up last time. That's all I can say.
Well, let's jump on board with Big Tim. Let's ride around for a couple of laps here at Spa-Francorchamps again with some RaceSpotTV fan immersion. We'll turn it up we will listen to the glorious rumble of this Lamborghini Huracan with an hour and 55 minutes ago in the 12 hours of Spa, the final round of the 2021-2022 Sports Car Open Endurance Championship. Excuse me, not the sports car. My word, I am so tired, I am completely losing my mind. It's the 24-hour Series Esports Championship, of course. What a season it's been. It's coming to an end right now. So, a couple of laps on board with the hard-charging Tim Matska as he closes the gap 10th by 10th, lap by lap to the race-leading and championship-leading car at the Biela Racing Team Euronics. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final hour and 50 minutes of the 2021-2022 24-hour series Esports Championship. Got it right that time around. It's the
Nailed it, brother.
Didn't I? 12 hours of Spa to close things out. Double point on the line, double the length, double the intensity in many ways, but it's been a race in all our classes, which, apart from GT3, which again is looking to be a thriller, does seem to have settled into a rather nice rhythm. Alongside Arjuna Kenkipad and myself is David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonder. And David, you've been around now for, what, the last 6 or so hours as we head into these final two. Did you really think, when you first jumped on board, that we'd really see this gap close? Because it did look as though Biela were managing the pace, controlling the tempo. You were just talking about how Patrick Heinrich's pace is, you know, on a slow cooker kind of a mode right now. But Tim, Big Tim, pushing hard.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We again, this feels like what happened right on about 4 hours ago. Biela had, you know, a good rhythm, a pretty untouchable looking lead. It starts to shrink. You get to this point where you're saying, "Ooh, a T3 coming, a BS coming," and then Heinrich just seemed to hit a stride in the second stint as he got through the traffic, and there didn't look like there was any magic sauce. It's just, you know, that oven takes some preheating or something. Again, I'm looking at that time in the top left of the screen. I'm looking at it on my own timing screen, and it's becoming a precarious position for Biela Racing Team Euronics. They are under some attack from T3 Motorsports by Maniti, who are just going all out at the minute. There's still scope for some fuel-saving strategy to cut out how much time you spend in the lane with that final splash, that putt on the green, if you will. But I mean, if that's what Biela's going for, they might be able to cut 5 seconds out of their last pit stop or something. But this is a good graphic to show that on trend, they've lost almost that much in the last, 20 laps.
Yeah, let's look at the consistency here from Tim Matska. Again, they're on fresh tires, so at the very end, just before those 2 laps of pit stops that you see, lap 250 and prior, when they would have been on very low fuel but slightly worn tires, they've consistently been in the mid to high 215s with the traffic. It started to dip down recently as they burned through about half the fuel. Then you go ahead and you grab a look at the Biela Racing Team Euronics. The gap now just 3.5 seconds, but there's several 217s in here, many 216s, plenty of high 215s as well. You can see where that lap time is really being lost, Lorenzo. It's traffic, it's maybe also just managing the tempo of this race, surviving to the end where the championship is waiting.
Yeah, it's I just mentioned over here, I think the RNG for Biela in terms of catching traffic has just been the worst in the last few laps. But now, you said that traffic gives, traffic takes, and right now, Tim is in a very hurtful position with the Porsche Sport and Aztec Porsches in between. So expect that gap to come up about 4.5 seconds, maybe 5, depending on circumstances.
Yeah,
headlights in a couple of minutes, guys.
Oh, true, yeah, it's getting dark as well. All the traffic that Patrick Heinrich has just had to dispose of, well, Tim Matska's disposed of plenty of it, and it's cost him a little bit of time now. It's up to 4.4 again, but there's those track conditions. 17 in the air, 19 on the track itself, partly cloudy, so a little bit of light cloud cover, but really not too much of note and too much to speak of. And that magic number that Dominic Engel was, that Porsche Sport car completely shortcuts the chicane. I'm not sure if that was maybe because they were fighting with the Aztec SimSport Volante car, but the magic number that Dominic Engel had talked about was about 8:50 was when sunset would be, and by 9:30 we'd see pitch black conditions. I think we're looking at something maybe a little bit sooner than that, given how the sun continues to drop here, David.
There is a lot of places where there's really tall trees. You're in the valley of some of the mountainsides, and yeah, I can see you still get quite a bit of sun there around La Source, but you know, further around at Puon and Lafania and around there, it's starting to look super dark because they're in the forest on both sides, in the sheltered side, lower than some of the land around.
So we'll grab a look at that incident for Porsche Sport. Now, I think it's going to be just on the brakes by themselves. Yep, you can see the inside front locked for a moment, and that was the best option, was to shortcuts, serve the slowdown penalty, and make sure that there wasn't too much of a penalty to pay. Here's a look on board. You'll get a better sense of, as the car shakes under the brakes, what's going on is down through the gears. You can see just not slowing that car down in time, maybe just a tad deep on the brakes as well, but ultimately it goes deep, and that is a position lost to the S6 SimSport Volante car. Pass has just happened with the Ispis powered by Vendaval number 8 car, as it's passed the German sim racing car that's paid the penalty. We talked about this earlier then, Lorenzo. The short stint from the German sim racing and Fabio Unverdrus has left them now with long stints to the end of this race. Adam Wulkovic taking over that 24 car, as they'll have another full service to go, but just one more pit stop for them, 2 more pit stops for the rest of the field.
Looking like they're going to have, I'm not Lorenzo, but looking like they're going to have probably like 14 lap fresher tyres all the way to the end compared to this car.
Something like it, I agree with David, and it puts him in a comfortable position. I think if you have to take a gamble to try to move up the field, I think that's the thing you should have done in this race. Try to go for a different strategy than everybody else. If it doesn't pay off in the end, hey, at least they tried at the end of the day to try to move up the field and try to something different than everybody else, catch them by surprise. And so far, I would say it's kind of working. I don't know if it's going to work at the end of the day with everybody else bidding, but regardless, nice to see a breath of fresh air in terms of strategies in the GT3 class.
David, you managed to survive 4 hours with someone else called David in the commentary box, and you get mixed up when I addressed Lorenzo.
I was just so excitable, you know. Clearly. I had something to say, and as you know, a white man all my life, I choose to believe that everyone cares deeply about my opinion and it holds weight.
I care about your opinion, David. Don't worry about that. So, gap at the front of the GT3s again, 4.2 seconds with an hour and 40 to go. It's become a very yellow track for the time being. At some point or another, the headlights will light the way. I also wonder, I mean, going back to what I mentioned that Carl Jansen had said in the paddock, David, where that car works much better in the hotter conditions. Now when it's cooler and there's more grip, somewhat counterintuitively, it's actually understeering a little bit more. I wonder if Maniti have a car that's handling a little bit better in these cooler track conditions. Remember, it is Lamborghini on Lamborghini. There's no BOP at action there. It's all down to the drivers and the setup that they've devised to challenge the race here today.
Yeah, and there's not even any difference in endurance headlights between them either. So,
which are worth plenty of lap time.
Yeah, you would have gone into this race knowing zero chance of, you know, safety car. So a car that works in the daylight and in the hotter conditions is the sensible way to go. The track's been hot for, well, not hot, but, you know, warm for 8 hours of the race. That's where you can make time that is never going to get erased and, you know, try to hold on to it for the final cooling hours. So obviously something that works well, maybe has a little bit of adjustability to it. You can see the Porsche was slower at the first apex there than Matska was expecting. That's what caused that, because the Porsche was going for the pit lane. Yeah, something that's adjustable. You know, maybe you can just play with a little something and it goes from good in those 35-degree track temperatures to still giving you something in these. So maybe something that reacts well to just a little shift of brake bias. Do you think maybe a shift of pressures, or is everyone still running, you know, as low as Hankook will let them get away with?
I believe the current meta would still be minimum pressures.
Minimum pressure still.
Yeah, I believe it's still minimum pressures. Like, even in the IndyCar, it's as low as feasibly possible. There's a little bit more leeway and adjustability. That's one of the few cars where there is a little bit of that adjustment. The other thing that IndyCar has, that these cars don't have as much, is you got the a brake bias, yes, but you don't have many more tools other than that. In IndyCar, if you wanted to add and take away wing, you could do so. You can also play around with the anti-roll bars from within the car. Something you can do as well in the V8 supercars, right, David, is you can adjust those anti-roll bars, not just for temperature, but through a stint as well. So sometimes it's a shift in driving style that has to come to the fore as well. I don't know what you think about that one, Lorenzo.
I'll let David take first if he wants.
I mean, I'm with you on exactly the same setup. You can adjust whether you're trying to make the car rotate by using the trail braking or how many of these curbs you get aggressive with and, you know, bouncing off them a little bit. For example, on the way into Malmedy, we've seen that if you just give a little kiss to that curb on the left-hand side, it'll really help your car rotate through there. But then, you know, the same is true of exactly how much curb you try to grab there at Blanchimont and other places around. So little just driving style tweaks on how you try to get the car into the corner and get it to start rotating.
So what's the Sorry, go ahead, Lorenzo.
No, I was going to say, I kind of second you guys' opinions on this. As more of an IndyCar driver, I know the IndyCar, the adjustments you can make of the car are very effective on how you take the car approach, how you drive the car, if you want to be more aggressive or conservative into it. I try to take the more conservative approach in the IndyCars, try to conserve the tires without fiddling too much on the setups.
Now,
well,
ABS
sorry, I'm going to jump in here.
Traction control separate.
Yes, I'll jump in quickly to say lap time for Biela last time around was a 2:14.719. For Tim Matska, 2:14.797. So maybe that slow cooker is starting to broil very slightly. The pace is bubbling up to the surface now. I think that's the first time that we've seen Patrick Heinrich dip into the 2:14s this stint so far. So going back, sorry, David, to what you were saying earlier about the nature of Patrick Heinrich, here he comes. Here comes that pace.
I never doubted him, did I?
I don't think you did. I did, probably.
Okay.
But yes, you also the ABS and traction control is something that is a factor, but you know, not as much on other platforms. In iRacing, the way it tends to work, right, especially anti-lock brakes, stay out of it. That's as simple as that. Just stay out of the anti-lock brakes. Traction control as well. You want to try and stay out of it a little bit too, as right. So like, they're tools, but I don't think they're tools that you really think about over the course of a race. You set them and forget them is the impression that I get.
So then what else at pit stops and from the driving position are you going to adjust on these GT3s? I mean, it's pressures, it's brake bias, it's ABS, it's TC, right?
Yeah, I think basically what we're saying is the only variable that you really are changing potentially is the brake bias.
and the nut in the driver's seat.
Yes, that too. As that's around the outside from Heinrich, as he's just, I think now trying to get the pedal down. Lost a bunch of ground this time around. We'll lose about 0.7 of a second by virtue, I think, of that traffic just through the one corner. So the traffic gives, the traffic takes. We talk about it all the time. It's taking hand over fist from that Biela Racing Team Euronics car. We talked about the livery for the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC cars. That's courteous from Core Sim Racing, actually on the brakes very early to indicate to Heinrich that he was going to let them through on the entry into Eau Rouge. I'm curious what you think about this livery. You said that you like the old Team 75 livery better than the new Team 75 livery. What are your thoughts then on the Biela Racing Team new livery?
Oh, it's some slightly brighter colours, isn't it?
It's quite different. The pattern has changed as well. I don't think with this livery, for example, you could do the kangaroos, the stars and stripes, the peaches that they've done in the past for the various special events.
You'd have waffles for here, wouldn't you?
Would you?
Oh, that's one of their
true.
off tracks.
That's definitely an off track. Gaps back up to 4 seconds as well. I see someone from Biela in our VCO Esports Twitch chat saying, it's different, still different from all the others. Yes, it is definitely different. I will agree with that. Lorenzo, what do you think?
I'd say it's a better livery than what they had previously.
Interesting.
But there's a little bit of a but. I know Aeronix Racing and know their livery, I think for other sims, has pretty much the same color. I cannot remember if it is the same colors or the pattern is very similar. So in terms like, I'm not going to say generic, and that would be being harsh. I like the only reason the livery was more unique was because you had more room to fiddle with stuff.
So getting word as well.
The colors are better.
To go back to your point about the off tracks, the word from Bila Racing is they have 24 off tracks. They've still got plenty to play with in these final hours, and once we get to about 60 minutes to go, if they hold station and don't push too hard now, they basically have an off track a lap to be gambling with, if you will. So that's a lot of wiggle room. I'd be quite comfortable in that regard if I'm them, David.
Yeah, that's good. That's paid a lot of dividend. I mean, when they had 10 seconds, 15 seconds of a lead, then that allows you to maybe play it a little bit more cautious than the guys who spent more of this race battling wheel to wheel in class, or knowing that if they didn't get through the traffic at this opportunity or that opportunity, they'd lose draft of the car in front they were trying to battle, or have the guy behind pick up their toe or whatever. It's just been overall a little bit less stressful experience potentially as the overall leader, and with a little bit in your pocket to pick and choose what is your moment, and then in the overall that'll work into your favor when it's not like giving up half a second on this lap to gain half a second on the next lap. We'll see you lose a slipstream, we'll see someone get into your slipstream, or whatever. You've got more to deposit and withdraw before you get fined for being overdrawn.
90 odd minutes to go then. Gap still 4 seconds, and we've been treated these last couple of races to some rather exciting finishes. You think back to Monza, where we had the strategy games where the tire, gambles from a couple of teams, PRT, Ronin, SimSport, trying to make do with some rather worn set of, well, as David put them, Hankook tires. We're not sure what the exact brand is here at iRacing that we're using. Definitely not Hankook, though, if we're being honest. But that only got them to third, as ultimately in that race, in the push all the way to the checkered flag, it was the 46 that took its first victory of the season. Then last time it was Williams Esports versus MSI, ducking, diving, fighting through traffic as they pushed all the way to the end. And I think at the end of the day, the margin was under a second at the checkered flag, as those two really did put on a treat of a show for us till the very end, as MSI was looking to try and become the first repeat winners of the season. As it stands, if the result finishes as it is right now, it would be the Bila Racing Team Euronics, the only car to repeat a victory this season, go on to become the champions as well. It's 4.2 seconds. So a couple of pit stops underway as well. GT4 pit stops. The Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC car had just come into the box, so that will be their penultimate trip down pit lane. Team Hoysinkveld and their TCR machine have come in after Kieran Harrison, in that 159 Core Sim Racing car has come into box as well. So it's a busy time down on pit lane as drivers execute for the second to last time this season. It's opened up between the rest of the battles that we had been following along with. Porsche Sport sees Josh Cam hand over to Ryan Parkins. That happened about 4 laps ago. They're sitting now behind the Torque Freak Racing car and 5 seconds behind there. They've lost a lot of ground since that incident that we saw with them down in the bus stop chicane, where they shortcut the track and have fallen 11 seconds, I think, back from the Aztec SimSport Volante machine. So pace has somewhat dropped off, but a lot of the times, Lorenzo, when you join a championship just for the final race, you're not trying to insert yourself into the mix. It's always good to finish well, don't get me wrong, but you're understanding the rules, understanding the regulations, trying to figure out what you need to do for next year to be successful when you enter as a full-time competitor.
sometimes knowing the rules too well so that you acknowledge race control.
Yes, like you're meant to.
True.
I wouldn't have read that. That was a good read.
That was a good read. Not only that, you have the gentleman's agreement as Bila comes into the lane, and we know T3.
Oh my word! Well, I was just saying nice things about Porsche Sport. Unfortunately, Ryan Parkins. Yep. You can see where this is going. We're focusing on a GT4 car. I'm talking about bad things that a 992 has done. I can understand what happened there, the miscommunication, but I think that's probably a penalty.
And look at that, the GT4 stopping more effectively than whatever is left of those front tyres on Porsche Sport. Remember, we saw those fronts locking up at this same corner not that long ago. He goes, oh, actually that car's on that line there, and he just can't stop. The 992 just can't stop.
I get the sense that the 992 car was actually thinking that the GT4 was going to give him a lane to the outside of the track, and once you commit under brakes there's only so much you can do. We'll get a look from up above, because I'm curious what this angle is going to look like. Yep, there you go. Around she goes, and it was Ardennes Saliscan who was behind the wheel of that 404 machine. So rolling off for the penultimate time is Patrick Heinrich. He will come into pit lane with about 30 minutes left to go in this race. Tim Matska again goes one lap longer. No tires taken this time, and David, we're not expecting tires next time either.
Well, I started thinking about that in the last 5 minutes, and I thought, if you're going to go a really aggressive roll of the dice at T3 Motorsports by Maniti, do you put 2 on now? Because otherwise,
well,
we're
you
both
can
following
respond.
exactly the same strategy, looking for you know, basically a triple stint on these tyres, and I haven't seen anything that says Biela's tyres are going to drop off harder in a second to a third stint than T3 Maniti will. In fact, if anything, I've seen kind of the opposite. T3 Maniti look really strong out of their pit stops, and then Heinrich finds his role in the second stint, and the tyres hang on, and they burn through a couple more of their off tracks now. So I wonder if for Maniti, the aggressive option here is to bang 2 tyres on at this stop.
So
I'm not saying I think they'll do it, I'm just
right.
saying if they wanted to do something different, that's one of the best options.
I do understand the logic, but at the same time, I think you put yourself on the back foot of having to close the gap, and from what we understand, that Maniti car is somewhat close to that incident limit, so they don't really have the luxury of being able to push to the extent that Patrick Heinrich is going to be able to do. What they might have the ability to do is put that little bit less fuel in next time around. If they go one lap longer again, remember, we're a slightly shorter final stop. They just need to keep in touching distance. If they get that gap down to about 2 seconds into that final cycle of pit stops, they'll be looking, I think, very, very good.
Other option, 3/4 of a tank now, 3/4 of a tank at the next stop, grab the leading track position, run on average lighter. But I'm not sure they're doing that. We'll see. 32 seconds into the stop. Oh, it is what they're doing. It is what they're doing.
They want the track position, and they'll roll off with probably a 4 or 5 second advantage once they're back up to speed. So they are on the run down on towards Eau Rouge and Radion. You see the gap as there comes the Maniti car, has got the race lead away from the Patrick Heinrich car. In fact, the gap is up to about 5.5 seconds. But again, remember, it was a, 8 seconds shorter box time there, David?
I see 33 plays 39.
See, I see 30.
Seconds.
I see 33 plays 41.
Yeah, same.
Okay, I'll believe that then.
Well, again, me and Lorenzo are using the same timing software, so this is that intricacy, right? How different people are going to measure different, the time on pit lane. The reality is, it doesn't really matter, at least for now. The thing that will matter is the final cycle of pit stops. We do expect then, 4 laps earlier for Tim Matska, for the Maniti car?
Maybe, I would say more aggressively 3 laps.
3 laps would be good, because 3 laps is not too bad to then give that one back up.
Well, 40 seconds of fuel is giving you 25 laps, so each lap of fuel takes, say, 1.8 seconds. So if you're calling that 8 seconds less fuel on the drop for T3 Maniti, then that is, they're going to have to stop, 5 laps shorter. They're trying to do a 20 lap and then a 20 lap.
It's already down to 5.4.
Yeah, they got they had a TCR right at the entry of Stavilo. But you know what I like about this though is that I think for the first time in this race, and I mean for the first time in this race, that 46 car has to chase someone. They're being the one who's now being pressured to do something. What they are going to do about it at the end of the day. This is what I like, They never felt pressure at in my opinion, the entirety of the race. Of course, Patrick got bad luck with traffic and all, but this is the first time they have a car ahead. Well, how are they gonna respond to that?
Let's grab a look at the points as it finishes right now and see how it might swing things around. It's just now 4 points between RAG and the Biela Racing Team Euronics. Of course, RAG are in third, still yet to make a pit stop, so that's going to change, but gives you that indication. Maniti would be clear of BS competition, would be clear of Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, where it's close between that 75 car and the Williams Esports 5. Williams should jump back in front because Team 75 owe us a pit stop as well, so a bit of a change around there, which would then promote Williams back up in front of MSI on the tiebreaker. So doesn't really change too much, but it is interesting to watch and to see with just over 80 minutes left in the season. Will T3 Motorsport by Maniti make it 6 races, 6 winners in this GT3 class, which has seen a couple of cars be consistent, including that 46 car, David, but in a field as strong as this one, if you're off by a tenth and a half, that's a huge margin in a field as strong as this.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, A-game endurance players here and multiple cars from Biela and P3 at times, and we've seen plenty of black stripe names out on track at times. Caruso might be the only one we've seen today, but you do get those races sort of more in the middle of this championship where it's off-season for your sort of Porsche Esports Super Cup and other things, and we sometimes have some really disgustingly strong strength of field in 24-hour series esports. I think we saw 8,500 for GT3 at one of the races. Yeah, there's been a couple where you've just gone, wah.
Wah. The Kimi Räikkönen wah. So
mine was more like a combination of wow and but it's a very similar expression.
Right. So it's down to 5.1. Heinrich closed 4/10 last time by, and it's flipped again. I don't know if I mentioned this already, but the previous couple of stints, it was Heinrich that would come on the traffic first and have to work past them, and then Matska would get on past. Given that we're down to just 33 cars running out of the 43 that started, maybe there's some cars here that have somewhat slipped into a lull, and so when that first car comes up on them in traffic, they get woken up. It takes them a second to maybe help facilitate the pass. Maybe that first car is losing more than that second car is, because by the time the second car closes, they're already aware that there's lap traffic coming. It's just something to think about. Matska might now have to get a little bit more aggressive when it comes to the lap traffic.
But it's flash your headlight hours now, though. They're not going to miss it.
That's true. We are very much getting to that point of the races. Down through the double gauche, through Pujon they go. Let's grab a look at those weather conditions again. That's not the weather condition that we wanted to have a look at. We'll get that up on your screen. But again, if we're going to have some nighttime running, Lorenzo, it's not going to be much. I think Dominic Engel might have been quite on the money. About 9 o'clock will be sunset, maybe 20 minutes after that, 30 minutes after that will be when we get into those pitch black runnings where if anything happens, it's going to be even more dramatic.
Yeah, catching nighttime at the very, very early portion is going to be a little bit of an interesting aspect to run on. But I like this scenario. The track's still going to be cold. I just wonder how they're going to manage the potential loss of some of the braking references they're probably going to lose at the track. I know they drove thousands and thousands and hundreds of laps, unlike myself, but it can always affect the driver that might be tired and might be carrying a very long stint.
Really not much else happening out on...
Is that a new fastest lap of the race just now?
From
88.
RAG, yes, it was.
Yeah.
2:14.123. It was. Fastest lap goes the way of Racine Fuzui in the 88 car.
That's always the magic lap, isn't it? That would have been their last flying lap, because I'm pretty sure he's pitting in at this point right now. So that's the lightest lap you'll ever get, because you might be up on the delta on this one, but then you gotta pit unless you're Marcel Tai.
Oh, poor Marcel. It could be worse.
Maybe he was just on such a good delta because the car was real light.
Right, it could be worse. He could be Mitchie Tauscher. Spinning through the final corner on the final lap when you're on your way to victory is now deemed a Tauscher, at least here on VCO land. Those who watch the Esports Racing World Cup will know what we're talking about. Fortunately for Mitchie, could have gone worse. So we're now speculating what the pit stop is going to be for this number 88 car. Is it going to be a slightly shorter tank of fuel? Is he going to put tires on the car? Remember, he's already done a full double stint. We'll have to go just beyond a triple stint to get it to the end. He would likely, I think, go up on the jacks at least for 2 tires if he wants to be safe. If they want to risk it for the biscuit, you would try and push it a little bit longer. There you go. So it's a short fuel stop, 32 seconds, and putting on some tires, Lorenzo. I think that's exactly what you were thinking they should do.
Yeah, I think me and David, we were talking about this, maybe 2 tires, but I wouldn't be surprised if it becomes 4 and 3/4 of a fuel in the tank. So as it goes 55 seconds, so I do believe it might be 4 tires overall and 3/4 of a tank.
I'd have given it 10 seconds of fuel and 4 new tires so I could break that fastest lap again.
Yeah, that's 4 tires, because usually it is about 30 seconds that we see the time for 4 tires. So Fuzui will roll from 7th. We'll have a slightly shorter stop in the final sequence, but I think at best they are looking at potentially getting up into 6th position. Ooh, that's the Aztec Simsport Volante 404 car. Same place! It's a bit of deja vu. Now I wonder if there's another 992 car that's been mixed up with these guys.
It looks more heavily damaged this time around as well.
And they're down onto pit lane. Yep, that's not a good-looking car. Well, it's a good-looking car. It's not a fresh-looking car. I'll correct my words. So let's see. The RaceSpotTV replay will tell us all. Now, is that might be a deciding factor in the race, because that was Patrick Heinrich that got mixed up there. I have no doubt there was probably a healthy dose of air involved in this one, and we'll look from up above at our aerial coverage brought to us by ATVO. So on the anchors, on the binders into the braking zone. Does he lose it by himself? Okay, he might have lost it by himself.
He touches the grass.
Oh, okay.
Pretty sure he's looking in that right-hand side mirror, drifts a little bit to the left, and right before that curb comes in on the left-hand side of the track, I think they just hook the grass on the left here. Track starts veering a tiny bit to the right.
Yep.
He's braking on the grass.
There you go.
Looking in that right-hand side mirror.
And that is a big old smackaroony into the wall, loses the front end, has to try and find which way he's pointed in. Yep, that is not a factory fresh car, and well, I take back what I said. That's not a defining moment for the race. Patrick Heinrich had nothing to do with it.
So if you're looking for that win, really pushing on right now. The traffic not necessarily helping, but look at this, because we maybe questioned the putt drive strategy for German sim racing. They are still stuck right behind Bueller here. I mean, a lap separated from them, but doing basically exactly the same pace. Every time we've cut to this shot, there's the BMW of GermanSimRacing.de matching podium pace. So when it all shakes out, we'll need to compare where GermanSimRacing.de are before they split their strategy from what Altus and ISP's Vendaval are doing.
We do need to figure out how you say that, don't we, at some point?
I think I asked them at one point, and it does stand for 5 words of some like CS:GO clan, and I can't remember because I'd never heard of it before, and there's no sensible way to IUSP.S powered by Vendaval. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm never gonna say that. I'm never gonna say IUSP.S powered by Vendaval. I'm gonna say
I mean, it breaks our graphics, so I don't approve of it for that reason anyway. So, sun continues to set. Tempo continues to ratchet up for Matska and for Heinrich. Last time by, it was a half a second gained for the Maniti T3 Motorsport by Maniti Machine. Again, lap traffic playing a factor in the battle for the lead, and it's up to 6 seconds. Prediction time. I'm not going to ask you guys to predict a winner. I'm going to ask you to predict what the margin that Matska needs into the cycle of pit stops to emerge in front of Patrick Heinrich. David, I'll start with you first. I'll throw you under the bus first.
It's at 8 seconds again, minus 1 lap, 6.2 seconds.
So they're right on the cusp in your mind then?
Yeah, I reckon if Matska is 6.2 seconds, it's 6.2 seconds plus or minus 2. But that's the number I'd want. I'd want more than 6 seconds for Matska to think we're going to both go through the final round of pit stops and T3 could wash out still in the lead at the start of the final stint, at which point it'll still be a pretty sizable final stint for both parties and it's game on still all the way to the checker.
Lorenzo?
I'm going to agree with David.
So 6.2 plus or minus 2.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big margin, I'm going to say. But...
What, my confidence interval is not aggressive enough for you?
Exactly, yes. But I will leave it be for the time being. 6.5 the gap across the line as Matska leads again, down, plunging through into Eau Rouge, in towards Radion. Again, no real other battles to speak of right now. Follow along with live timing and scoring. Head to timing71.org to find your favorite team and drivers. There's a 5-second buffer between Team 75 Bernard by SimRC as well as the R8G car.
Timing 71's great, isn't it? Because you can set that delay to sync that timing with the pictures you see here, whichever platform it is that you're watching on, which all have their own little different encoding delays as well. So great platform for timing when you're watching a broadcast and you're not physically at the racetrack.
Also, then you've got 5 seconds between R8G and the Pure Sims car, so 6th through 8th might be something to keep an eye on. Of course, fresh tyres for Racine Fazui as he looks to push to try and get up inside the top 6 to close out the season. 992, there's really not much to speak of. Although having said that, pit stops are underway for the 943 and for the 959, so that will be a 20-minute dash of fuel at the end of this race based on the quick mental math for the two of them. 8 seconds between Torque Freak Racing and the Aztec Simsport Volante car. Nothing in GT4 that's close enough to really be speaking about. TCR is the same. It is very much opened up through the final portion of the race. Marcheno is up and away in the 992 class. Oscar Mangan is still in pit road and getting a full tank of fuel. It's quite remarkable, though, David, if you ask me, that this was a gap that I think when we joined was about 11 seconds. That car, that 959, must be an absolute pig in these colder conditions because the gap has grown to about 50 full seconds.
Yeah, I mean, they were inseparable in every facet of, one-lap pace, stint pace, fuel strategy, and now it's what it is right now. No visible damage for Core. It's the same drivers who were performing well earlier on, so it's presumably got to be a set-up direction.
Bit of drama for BS competition in that 89 car. Ryan Barneveld is having some technical issues, and the word from the paddock is that they will be looking to do a driver change as soon as they get into the pit stop cycle. So from 55 odd minutes, maybe 50 minutes to be a little bit safer if they can survive, they will be looking to do a pit stop to swap to Nathan Lewis, who will take the car to the end, but that might just drop them behind both Marla Racing Team and the Williams Esports number 5 car, because it's 13 seconds back to Marla, it's a further 7 back to Williams Esports, and we're expecting that final stop to be somewhat short. It might even be shorter than the amount of time it takes to perform the driver change. We'll see exactly how things are going to play out there, Lorenzo. Having to do a driver change at the last moment is not ideal when you have to deviate from your plans because of these technical issues.
Yeah, which is one of the things I dearly hate the most. You know, you have a race that has been not the best. You're still contending for a podium spot, and then the podium spot could vanish immediately because of either a faulty cable or like computer issue, some other computer issues you have no control of, because these are the worst kind of issues. You have no control. You cannot mitigate the damage or something of that nature. So I hope they come back within a fighting position of both Williams, but I don't know. I think it's going to be way too far for them to catch up at the end of the final pit stop.
Pearson's in the 916 down onto pit lane as Tyler Hervius stops for just 23 seconds, so they're splitting it in two, trying to take a little bit less fuel this time around. Grab a shorter pit stop the final time too. One more retirement, I think, to add to the list, and that is that 404. We saw the big incident with them losing it on the grass into the bus stop chicane. They've been stationary for 9 minutes almost now and counting. I think that is likely going to be terminal damage for them. Last couple of laps, again, ping pong in terms of lap times. 2/10 gain for Patrick Heinrich the last time around. It's down to just 6.1 seconds at the front of this field as Talk Freak Racing rolls from pit lane. I think the Entra-Pit car might have just had another issue in second. It's crazy to think that we've seen them have, I think, about 2 or 3 different issues, David, and they're still sitting somewhat comfortable, 90 seconds clear of the car in third, and comfortably in control of a podium spot.
Yeah, but that car was still not full speed. They might have also cut the final chicane, and obviously a very, very nasty slowdown if you do that.
Let's have a look here. I don't think they cut it. I think a little bit too much curb. Yep, anti-cut curb launches them into the air, and now they got to watch the
then they cut on the rejoin. Yeah,
and then there was a cut. So they've had to clear that one off. That was good. Did you see the incident, or were you just predicting, David?
I just saw them going slow, backing off very aggressively before the turning point of turn number 1, and everyone knows at this level that if you've got a slowdown penalty, you've got to give up. You want to give it up on a straight just before a braking zone, because if you carry it through a corner, even if you go slowly through the corner, it seems to multiply and grow on you, and you just can't get rid of it no more. So the drivers who've done a lot of endurance racing, cut a couple corners in their time, want to have just make sure before they go through the source they give that up, because if you go through the source and you still got that slowdown, well, you don't tap the brakes until you're at damn Lacombe Melmedy, so you'll actually get given a black flag before you get that far around the lap, because it's too far. So it's the only sensible thing to do is to just absolutely make sure you've punched that slowdown penalty in the face before you go through the source.
Gap is underneath 5 seconds, and I think it was very much traffic assisted. Let's grab a look at a segment out of No Name Corner where Tim Matsko, well, he's now the one that's suffering in the traffic. First has to find a way past the Pure Sims 992 car, has to somewhat get out of it at Pouhon. He has a dive to the inside. You see there's a Pure Sims GT4 car, there's the Core Sim Racing 992 car as well. He'll look to the inside into the Piff Path. Door gets slammed shut on him by the 416. He sets the move up then to try and get the up and under. Not able to do so because it's parked on the apexes. That GT4 car lost him a whole bunch of time, and then able to build the momentum out of Stavolo and through the curve at Paul Frere. But that is suboptimal for them, Lorenzo. That gap down now to 5.2.
Yeah, increased a little bit on this lap. I think it's going to increase again because Patrick is about to catch maybe the Pure Sims 992 right around Pouhon as well. and a TCR right at the entry of Wuhan, so that gap is going to increase.
So there he goes to the inside of that TCR car. Compromised slightly in terms of line, but not going to be as bad and as big as an impact as what we just saw in the previous moments with the T3 Motorsport car, who's back up and pulling away very slightly this time by. It's a two-car fight. 50 seconds back is that BS competition car, so they can afford to go at it quite hard or bide his time behind the Pure Sims 992 car on the entry into Curveball Fair. That's not going to help him, though, as he has to slow that momentum down, and there's the gap growing back to 6+ seconds, David.
Yeah, just 2/10 short of how much T3 Motorsport by Maniti need, according to some experts.
Yes, but with a big margin. It could be anywhere from 4.2 to 8.2. So that's, you know, half the window in terms of the gap itself.
Never trust anyone who's too confident and won't give you any, you know, error bars.
That is a good point. But when you have a margin that big with numbers that small, you're hedging your bets. You're sitting on the fence. 5.6 was the gap at the line with 62.5 minutes to go, basically. In GT4 TCR, the leader leads by a full lap in class. Utter domination at this point in time. 40 seconds the gap in 992, 5.5 in GT3. Again, we'll remind you, live timing and scoring, timing 71. If you want to follow your favorite team, your favorite driver, see where they are on track, see the interval to those around them as well, there's only one place to go. It is timing 71. Now Patrick Heinrich going to lose time behind the core Sim Racing 992 car. Through Malmedy, you don't want to force a move there with the 992. It's a good drive off the corner from the Lamborghini. He'll have a look to the inside and get on through, I think, Lorenzo.
Yeah, how clean is it going to be? Oh, nice and clean textbook maneuver from Patrick Heinrich. Even though the gap extended to 5.7, it's still a manageable gap to Patrick. Try to shred bit by bit at the end of the day. Now, coming back to the core TCRs and knowing that we have the VCO Infinity going next weekend, and I'm driving the VCO Infinity, if you have to say that what in percentage, what are the chances I'll get left by the core cars?
100% with a 0% error bar.
I like the confidence.
Arjuna.
Well, I'm trying to think of the right number here. 0%.
Okay, someone is positive and
no,
someone is realistic.
It's because you haven't looked at the entry list, Lorenzo. There is no core sim racing entry.
Okay. What about Velace? They have an entry.
You should be more concerned with the Was Cooking Racing Adventure team, I think.
True. No, I actually was beefing with Becky Scrivens not long ago.
5.4 at the line this time around. Still not within the pit stop window. We might see some cars elect to dive early if they can find some track position. You'd think that they want to run their cars dry, but I'm not so sure that is the wisest idea. If you can find a pocket, maybe come in a lap or two early and see where that plays you, especially with the tires where they're likely to be. We'll talk more about VCO Infinity, though. Of course, when endurance racing begun, it was the machine versus the clock. How long could the car survive when you pushed it to the ragged edge? How much did you have to bring it back in order to make it get to the end of the race? Now, cars are mostly bulletproof, unless you're a Toyota at Le Mans, in which case it's not as bulletproof.
Still real to me.
It's happened multiple times. You heard the story of what happened last year as well, right?
Think so.
Where they were having to program the wheel while they were driving so that it wouldn't cut out with fuel. That sounds fun. It was a really interesting story. But again, modern endurance racing cars are almost bulletproof. As Patrick Heinrich takes one of his off tracks as he closes the buffer down below 5 seconds, losing out in traffic again is Tim Matska. But with that, why not really mix things up? Of course, endurance racing has now become individual sprints within the larger context of the race, split by pit stops, split by safety cars. Oh, well, why not actually make it a rewarding system where you're encouraged to push each individual little bit of a sprint. So instead of a 24-hour race, we've got 24 individual races within a 24-hour period. Only here on VCO Esports live coverage on RaceSpotTV. We'll bring you the action May 7th, May 8th, I believe. The start of the event is actually going to be, if I remember correctly, 5 p.m. UTC. But we'll have 5 different cars, 5 different tracks. Teams already know what cars there are. They don't know what the tracks are going to be until just 2 days before. So we'll see what it is. Bo Albert says, don't forget about the WRT team in LMP2. No, I won't forget about them either, but it's just so much easier to point fun at the Toyotas. Just under 4 seconds now, though, is that gap for the Biela Racing Team Euronics. That last couple of laps for the T3 Motorsport bunch, not really ideal, David, and you're speculating that T3 only has about 6 laps left before they're down on pit lane.
Yeah, well, of course we know they took something between 2/3 and 3/4 of a fuel tank to short fuel it, to get it out there with a light car with the track position, knowing that they're going to have to repay some of that and stop earlier than Biela will have to. I'm not going to say Biela don't stop when the window opens for them in, not at the end of this lap, end of the next, I think. But if I'm Biela, I probably run this all the way dry and take that short splash to the end. So for T3 Motorsport by Manizzi, they only left the pit lane at their last stop with 18 laps of fuel on board compared to the regular 25. That'll have them stopping in 6 laps from here.
And for the 959 Core Sim Racing car, there is a 25-second time penalty that has just come down. I'm not exactly sure what that was about, to be completely honest. Or
that's some track limits.
Was it track limits?
Oh, so wait. Yeah, 914 track limits. Yeah.
Ah, okay. 959. Sorry, track limits. They got 50. So yes. There was also
914?
There was a 914 off track limit penalty as well, but the Core Sim Racing car is the one that I was talking about.
Where? I didn't see that.
Just wait for it to come through. I'm looking at the master sheet and in Discord.
Okay.
I'm watching inside the paddock. I've got eyes everywhere.
Righto.
So the 959 actually exceeded the 50 off-track limit. The 914, which is the Inertia Mega Auto machine, exceeded 75 off-track.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so that's a lot of off-tracks. Interestingly, and I'm not saying I disagree with this, I agree with it. The penalty for exceeding 75 is the same as exceeding 50, 25-second time penalty. Gap, 4 seconds, 55 minutes to go. Technically, we're below the buffer range that David Haynes suggested that Maniti needed, and I'd speculate if there is if it's 18 laps for Maniti, it's at most 23 that we're going to see from Patrick Heinrich. There's a 5-lap difference there. I think Biela's got this one, at least for the time being. Traffic might play another factor here, though, Lorenzo.
Yeah, because we know how efficient traffic can be in taking time away. The upside, though, is that we don't have too many cars on track. We have 32 cars on track instead of 43. So we have already 11 DNFs. And they've gone over the 60% in terms of the leader laps. So I think regardless of what happens, Biela's going to end up scoring if we get a DNF regardless of what happens. Just because of that.
David Haynes is feeling happy to see the second stint push from Patrick Heinrich. We're going to step aside for a couple of moments here for a final RaceSpotTV fan immersion of the season. We're going to jump on board with Patrick Heinrich, champion-elect, as he hunts down current race leader T3 Motorsport by Maniti and Tim Matske. It's Lamborghini versus Lamborghini. Which one will come out on top? The run to the checkered flag next here on RaceSpotTV. sunsets in the Ardennes Mountain on the 2021-2022 24-hour series Esports Championship. 48 minutes to go in the 12 hours of Spa, 48 minutes to go in the season. Champions basically crowned, a race winner left to be decided. Alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati, Lorenzo Bonder, David Haynes to walk you through to the very end of this race, and the gap has opened up again very slightly. It's Tim Matska versus Patrick Heinrich, and David Haynes. I'm loving this battle, pushing to the end. The last two races have seen GT3 mega finishes. We're in for another one here today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just give and take, isn't it, between T3 Motorsport Maniti and Bila Racing Team Euronics, Tim Matska versus Patrick Heinrich. We've seen this gap just in this stint alone. Yo-yo up and down. 4 seconds, underneath 4 seconds to up over 6, 7, and now it sits right now at 4.8. T3 Motorsport by Maniti have the track position, but are going to need to take on board more fuel at their final stop coming up, the final pit stop of this 12-hour race. And for Bila Racing Team Euronics, if they can stay close, if they can stay in touch, they can get back to that race lead that they've held so well for so many hours. More laps led than anyone else, and it's not even close. So they are so desperately on that cusp and can't afford to be held up too much by traffic. It's not easy.
It's back up to 6 though, plus 6.4 now as well. It's traffic again, we say it all the time. It gives, it takes, it's taken away from Patrick Heinrich this most recent dive through the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, as well as the Talk Freak Racing GT4 Porsche 718 Caymans. 47 minutes to go, we're in the pit stop window. You pit from here in all 4 of our classes. You can make it to the checkered flag. Lap 16 working for Tim Matska in that Maniti car. We're expecting, or at least David Haynes is predicting, 2 laps more for them before they dive down to pit lane for the final time this season. No endurance headlights. You'll note that as the sun continues to set as well here. Lorenzo, track conditions continue to fall as well. It's dipping down, down, down. It might even drop down to 18 degrees Celsius when all things are said and done, which does mean the fuel consumption increases. The grip, though, on the track also increases dramatically.
Everything increases for the better or worse, and but they don't have to be concerned with that. At the end of the day now, they just have to go into the pit lane, do a little bit of splash on the car, and hope for the best at the end of the day. But what they need to be mindful of in some of the teams, they might need to be mindful of the off tracks. Other teams might be mindful of, over pushing the car and try to go for a gap that doesn't exist. Gap cars, sometimes they do not blend in too well. And let's see what kind of mix is going to come out at the end of the day.
David Barraclough in that Talk Freak Racing GT4 becomes the first to pit for the final time in GT4. I have also seen the Oris Racing 977 with Marco Saavedra behind the wheel box for what should be the final time today. It's going to be close for German Sim Racing and EFP Racing to get to the end. They should be comfortable because it is the GT3 class where we've seen cars go anywhere from 52 to 58 minutes in that kind of a bracket, but they are a little bit closer. They do have to be mindful in their respective BMWs and Lamborghinis as the sun drops below the Ardennes Mountain. 5.5 the gap out front. There's also a battle for 4th with the sister cars, the Mahler Racing powered by Williams 55 being chased down by Sotomuto in that number 5. I did hear something interesting from the paddock, David, which is that Sotomuto has triple screens set up. He's only racing on a single monitor though.
That's almost worse than just having one monitor.
Right? That's what I was thinking.
No, I wouldn't like that at all.
At that point, you're better off just having the ultra-wide screen, surely. Surely.
Yeah, what, was he typically running off 2 graphics cards and one of them's broken or something?
And two graphics cards, not really the preferred option anymore. Again, it's switched around for the gap as well, because last time by it was Maniti that got held up with the traffic. 2:15.453 to a 2:14.397 for Bila, so a second in the favor of the champions-elect as they work themselves through up over the crest of Radion for 44 minutes to go. We'll grab a look at the championship standings one final time before we get to the end of this race. The Biela Racing Team Uranets, one hand on the championship. Doesn't matter if they finish first or second, but they'd like to close things off on top of the podium. T3 Motorsports are jumping up into second if things hold as they are, and that is a big if. There are question marks about Ryan Barneveld's hardware in the BS competition camp. Last we heard, it has stabilized, so they are not planning to do a driver change, but they are going to be monitoring that very, very closely. But if the T3 Motorsports camp finishes second and BS competition finishes in third by virtue of the double point situation, T3 Motorsport would actually drop down to be in fourth position, and then they'd start to be worried that if the Williams Esports team gets past the Mahler Racing team, that would swap around and the Williams Esports team would jump in front of T3. So there's plenty to think about in that equation. You can see the rest of the top 10 up on your screen. 992 class, well, closing off the season in style. They won the first two races, up and down in the races after that, but back on top, and strong form shown from Jordan Caruso, Simone Maria Marcheno. Altus Esports in their 943 Logitech G car lead the way with Core Sim Racing in second. They have a 25-second time penalty, so for Marcheno, bring it home in one piece. That's all they need to do. Couple of change arounds. Williams Esports focusing on the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. They're missing today's action. They'll drop down. We'll look more at GT4 at TCR in a moment, because guess who is coming into pit lane, Lorenzo?
Haynes, Super 2 and predictions.
Actually, sorry, I was one lap off. This is 19 on that run, so the economy not bad, and I reckon that's going to help them because this isn't a full tank that they need to take on board now to get to the end. You've got to roll the dice and cut it close if you're T3. They've come this far. They want that win, I'm sure. So expect another relatively short fuel with projected maybe 19 laps to go.
So 20 seconds and counting for the number 7. What's the time going to be? 26. Still going up.
I reckon 34.5 seconds. No!
Whoa, 31. So that, I was thinking just around 30, a little bit longer than I expected. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC GT4 car that leads by a full lap comes into box there as well for the final time today. So Patrick Heinrich is working lap 20 of the Stint. David, you were pretty accurate when it came to Tim Matzke's pit stop. When does this car come into box? The Biela Racing 46.
I think now they've got the track position, now they've got the 0-1 on their windscreen once they cross the line next time, but everyone around them knows that they are the overall leader right now. You carry this as long as you can until that fuel tank runs dry. They took on 39.5 seconds of fuel by my measurement, 41 by you guys. I reckon it was a full tank, so we're looking at a 25 lap run here for Patrick Heinrich. It's going to be 21 at the end of this, so 4 more at the line for Biela 46.
Just don't pull a Marcel tie, huh?
Oh, you would, you'd need to go away for a week before your teammates let you back in after that.
Yeah, that for those again who are just joining us and wondering what we're talking about, Marcel tie.
They'd give away the championship if that happened, wouldn't they? Alright,
it would be close.
Fuel to the end.
It
and
would
they
be
are
close.
In 5th on track right now.
It would be closer
Just a
than I
splash.
think. It would all depend on how long the tow takes. I think it would be a 3.5 minute tow. They drop a lap down. It would be close. I don't want to think about that possibility, though. Lewis McClade does not believe in the commentator's curse. I do somewhat. There is Team 75 Bernard by SimRC boxing in the GT3 class. Williams Esports and Sotomuto have just finished their cycle of pit stops, so they've emerged right behind that R8G car that we were just discussing. Rasim Fazui still working away with some fresh tyres, but Williams Esports will blow on past on the run down into the Lacombe chicane, using that draft, using the tow all the way up through Eau Rouge, through Radion, and getting up back into what will be 5th position. We'll now wait for the Mahler team to come in box. We'll wait for Ryan Barneveld in that BS competition 89 to come in box as well, but we're in that cycle, excuse me. The T3 Motorsport 992 Cup class car is boxing this time by as well. Tristan Iglesias pulls it in for the final time this season. And there is that race leader, Patrick Heinrich. The gap back to Maniti, 39 seconds. Pit lane delta, based on Tim Matska's time, Lorenzo, was 50 seconds. So if he's able to shave off another 10 seconds, they're going to be neck and neck on pit exit.
And we're going to be seeing some late race drama, and who'd have thought? Getting some drama at the end of the race. They're not going to like it, but we surely are going to like this bit.
It is dark now as well. We are, what's the time? Let's see if Dominic Engel was right about when it would be pitch black. Again, that's not the weather conditions that we want to grab a look at. Let's grab a look at them here. There we go. Graphic fixes itself. 9:25. He was almost right on the money, Lorenzo.
Yeah, well, let's just say he might be right from the perspective of the spectator. If you're in the track, 9:14 p.m. might be pitch black for us as a spectator, but for us, because we got the lighting and everything, it might not be as pitch black as we would have thought. But I know what it means.
Heinrich stays out again. Lap time this time by. His best is a 2:14.334. It's a 2:14.703.
I think he had traffic in the second sector on this lap as well.
It was basically the same as what he had the last lap, which was a 6.86. So, or something in that bracket. So it's pretty consistent right now, which is a good sign. That is for sure. Pure Sims is 16 Lamborghini in GT3 down to the pit lane. Core Sim Racing TCR not posing too much of a difficulty for Patrick Heinrich. I think Tim Matska has just lost out with, I think that's a 992 car based on the headlights on the run down into the bus stop chicane. Across the line for him, it's a 2:15.485. So he's lost almost 0.8 of a second this time by David.
Patrick Heinrich has, waited till the opportune moment to put in his best laps in this race and his most consistent numbers, and it's right now where it's doing the work for them. The pressure is now back on T3 Motorsport by Maniti. We always knew Maniti made a gamble. They short-fueled themselves. They short-pitted themselves a little bit to get that track position to try to, swing the seesaw the other way and make Biela feel a little bit of pressure. But I don't think they've cracked under it at Biela, and they've known that, okay, for 18 laps here, T3 are going to lead. We just need to keep them in our sights, keep them where we can see them, and this race can still be ours. And with second place, even the championship will still be ours.
Diamonds are made under pressure. Who will stand tall? Gap over 40 seconds now as the Maniti big green machine sweeps its way down in towards Puon. That's the Acetec SimSport Volante GT4 car that's back out there, I should say, with a fresh hood. Maniti will look down to the inside. The one thing that neither of these cars can afford now, though, Lorenzo, is a mix-up with traffic that gives them a time penalty to be added post-race.
Or hitting the off-track incident limit.
Not too worried about that with Biela. They've been rationing it out. Planning.
T3 though.
Yeah, planning for this. T3's a little bit closer. They're one that maybe will be a little bit worried about that.
This is going to have to be a hell of a final stint as well from RHG Esports, because they're just pitting now. Fuel to get to the end, and I'm pretty sure they are going to come out right in the battle 8th and 9th. Pure Sims and Logitech G Altus Esports. They refuse to give up on this race, and they'll get everything they can all the way to the end, despite some mishaps on strategy and pit stop problems.
So there goes Racine Fazui, alongside with Carlos Fenalosa, who will owe us a pit stop.
Yes, correct.
Sometime.
6 seconds up the road, Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC won't though.
Yes,
and
no,
Pure
won't.
Sims 8 seconds back also won't. So that's the gap that they've slotted in between Pure Sims and Team 75.
Do you remember as well that
they've got better tyres on than
that's
75 as well, so they could still catch. That would be 6th, potentially a 5th place.
That was what I was trying to say. So we're getting conflicting information for what it's worth. Ruben Bonga is saying they have 18 incidents to spare. Race Control has given us a slightly different number that has me I don't want to say worried, but more worried that they're not doing their math correctly. I'll put it that way. We're not going to reveal what the number is.
It's race control's numbers that decide
Exactly.
whether or not there's a penalty,
Right.
not Ruben Bonga's.
No,
so.
but that's my point. The fact that they may think they've got more in reserve than they can push it, given that race control's number is the one that we ultimately should be going off. So maybe
Which is more offensive to you, the fact that they might not know themselves, or that they might be trying to hoodwink us?
Neither. I'm just more I'm more concerned that they're going to push past the limit that they should. Maybe they need to sync up with the race control guys to make sure they're on the same page, but they should be good with 33 minutes to go. The gap, though, has opened up. It's now 41.2 seconds.
Last flying lap of the stint for Heinrich, because the lap after this is going to be his in-lap, I think, unless they, cover it off just a little short. But you can see, I can see, it's gone from 39.5 seconds to 41 between Biela 46th and TT Motorsports by Maniti since we last, got a read on the relative distances.
So lap time for Biela this time, again, a 2:14.649. They're being consistent. They are now. Patrick Heinrich is just a metronome, tick-tocking away and putting in the lap times that he really wants to see. Oh, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC at a moment, I think, out of La Source. We'll grab a look at that in a moment, but I want to grab a sneak peek at these lap times because I'm curious. There's the metronomic tick-tock from Patrick Heinrich, consistently in the 2:14 since lap 293. That's what he would have wanted to see. Let's see what Tim Matska's...
Look at that 293.
Let's have a look at Tim Matska here. Since he's rolled off of pit lane, 2:15s, 1:216. Remember, he's got the fuel added to his car as well, Lorenzo. He's got a little bit more weight. He's struggling in lap time comparison to the guy in front.
Also, we have to take into consideration that some of the first laps for Timmy got some heavy traffic to deal with. Therefore, lost some time in the scope of things, but now I think he did his best lap in the second stint with a 2:15.3. Don't know if that's going to be translating to being in the lead of the race, as Biela should be coming in this lap for their final pit stop.
They've lost a bunch of time as well. They're losing more time with a GT4 car on the exit of Pip-Paf as well. I'm getting the indication that it's a 2-second time loss. The gap is down to now 40 seconds as they sweep themselves through the curve of Paul Frere. Will it be for the final time? The stint will about to find out. Up the hill into Blanchimont they go. Crucial pit stop. You have to make sure that you execute this time around. Here's a look at the replay. What happened to Marcel Fassbender in the 992 car, just on the power a little bit too aggressively. Michael Fassbender will be hoping to not do that at Le Mans, that's for sure. Here comes that car. It is time to execute on pit lane. Nice and tidy into the lane comes Patrick Heinrich, David.
Yeah, and by every way that you want to slice those numbers, it's going to be oh so close. Pit delta is approximately 18 seconds. That gives Biela 22 seconds of fuel before they'd no longer be able to rejoin this race in the lead, and that's half a tank, and I think they need just more than half a tank. So how aggressive did they play with the fuel? I'm seeing 13, 14 laps to go in this race, and that is just more than half a tank. So
here comes Maniti, already onto the pit straight, 22 seconds and counting. It's neck and neck, 24.4 for Patrick Heinrich. He'll have the lead, sweeps himself off the limiter, and down the hill he plunges. The gap is going to be just around 4 seconds. It's basically status quo to right before Tim Matska made that bold decision, Lorenzo. He's got work to do, under 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, 3.1 second is the advantage between both drivers. They get out of the pit straight and go into the Eau Rouge ready on complex. Well, we got a race in our hands, people. Let me just rub my hands and everything, hoping everything goes smoothly.
This is what we had last time out at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. The gap is under 3 seconds. They break in towards the Lacombe chicane at the end of the Camel Straight. Also pitting this time by the Mahler Racing Team, the BS competition car. The Zebra drops off and rolls with just 24.6 seconds of fuel for him. Now we wait for Josh Ladd. Again, we were talking about the two Williams-powered teams. Mahler Racing race under, of course, that banner. And they're going to emerge. How far clear of Sotomuto. It's a full 16 seconds, so any championship implications that we might have thought about with T3 and the Williams car, not going to be a factor because Williams is so far back that T3 Motorsports should hold on to their spot in the championship when all things are said and done. 3.2 seconds. This is where it gets to crunch time, David.
Yeah, indeed. Still waiting on final pit stops out of Logitech G Altus Esports and no EFP Racing by TECE are good. So once that happens, it's game on to the end. Not seeing R8G chip away much at all from Team 75 Bernhard in that Porsche. Near identical lap times last time. So we knew the tyres would be fresher on the Lambo for R8G, but at least with a very small sample of the last lap, not a lot of progress. In fact, now they've both crossed the line. I see it's updated and that gap's going in the wrong direction for R8G. Leaders as they came into this round of the championship.
Well, it was traffic
Spa's
for
a cool place.
R8G, 2:16.971. That's definitely traffic related. So a big old chunk of time to have lost to Altus, who had a 2:14.9. So Carlos, Fenalosa getting up to speed quickly, but he does owe us the pit stop. Compare that then to Team 75, 2:15.9. So they lost some time as well, but Fazui still lost a full second in that last 7 kilometers around Spa-Francorchamps. Tim Matska up to 3.5 seconds. I wonder if that late stint pace from Patrick Heinrich is just going to be too much for him to overcome then, David.
Well, again, you never say never when it's 3.5 seconds up front here, but Heinrich had time in his pocket, let a lot of it go, and then switched on with exactly the right pace at exactly the right time to just, you know, wave this carrot just out of reach at T3 Motorsport by Maniti, make them try something. Good on Maniti. They've, you know, said, okay, we'll do something different on the traffic. Let's try to run lighter on the fuel. Let's see if we can get that leader track position, see if that helps us. And it's all just down to a roll of the dice and trying to keep this pressure on, but Heinrich's pace is where it needs to be.
Let's grab a look at an incident that happened between the R8G car. This is maybe where they lost a little bit of time, and the Altus Esports 992 car. Now that's a send, and then a bit of a barge, and lights flash from Simone Marceno. I can only imagine how heated up the Italian was likely to be there, Lorenzo.
Oh yeah, he basically flashed from all the way into the entry of Stavolo to the exit of La Source. We pretty much know how satisfied he was with the move.
He didn't follow his normal racing line. He went middle of the road. So then, when the GT3's gone, okay, well, I'm going down the inside then. Altus are on a compromised line, and that kind of actually feeds into some of the contact there. I hold no ill will in the world against Simone Maria Marceno, but I don't think the lead that he's got, he did the smartest thing.
Right, that's what I was thinking as well.
Antagonizing GT3 cars through the twisty bits.
It's a 40-second on-track advantage. Add 25 seconds for the time penalty that Oscar Mangan is going to have to serve. Likely this cycle of pit stops because of the off-track incident limit, which they have crossed the threshold of. I can also tell you, since then, there's not really been much for race control. Been relatively quiet. A 12-hour race to have 45 different reported incidents, of which 2 of them were for registration infringement, 2 of them were for qualifying, 41 incidents, 12 hours of racing. Not too bad, I'd say, Lorenzo.
No, not too bad, especially for a race that generates a lot of attrition, and I think they had less than the race control. Actually, the guys in the organization can correct this, but I think it's kind of like on par, if not a little bit less, than what they had last season in the finale.
That'd be a good idea to actually ask them, to be honest. Maybe we can bring them in for a chat with 24 minutes to go. That might not be a bad idea. 3 seconds. It's going back and forth, I tell you. I don't think it's done for the race lead just yet. Last time by, what was it, 4/10, half a second gain by Tim Matska in that Maniti, T3 Motorsport by Maniti car, David.
It's just too close to be able to relax if you're the leader. You don't know between now and the end if you might just catch a clump of cars in the wrong place that costs you that second and a half, that gives Maniti a sniff, that gives them a chance at a slipstream. And you know, if you have to fight wheel to wheel, it's Lamborghini versus Lamborghini, and you if you're going to then fight for the win, that is a difficult place for Biela to find themselves. Not just this, you know, oh, okay, we're trying to out-strategize, trying to outrace these guys for the win here in the finale. That if it goes wheel to wheel this late in the finale, Biela have to start thinking championship.
Gotta be smart. Got to think about what's at stake here. Back-to-back championships for the Biela Racing Team Euronics. 23 minutes away. It is pitch black now. The headlights light the way. And I do have to ask you, Lorenzo, we joke about, you know, the endurance bar on the Lamborghini a lot of the time. From a driver's perspective, are there any cons against having more light?
Never. Especially when you're blinking the headlights.
So why don't we see more cars have it today? That's what I'm very curious about.
Ego.
But what's the ego there that means you don't take it? I'm still not getting it.
No. It's like ego of I don't want to run headlights, or saying that maybe less headlights, more wins, more headlights, less wins. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up right here, to be very honest with you, Arjuna. That wouldn't be the first. But unless they give me some stuff saying, oh, say that, oh, you got extra headlights, now you got 20 kilos more in the car, I'll call that BS competition.
The only legitimate reason I think I can give is in the Lamborghini, when you flash the headlights, it flashes the headlights and the endurance light bar stays solid. You kind of don't so much notice the flashing of the headlights. So if you really, really, really value flashing your headlights, you won't go for the light.
The Biela Racing Team says you can't see the sponsor on the hood when using it. Now that is a good reason to not be using it. I tell you what though, with 20 minutes to go, let's drag in series organizer, head admin of the 24-hour series esports championship, Casper de Court, for a quick chat to look back on the season and to look forward as well. Casper, I mean, it's been another fantastic season. 4 championships all coming down to the wire in a double points finale. When you look back on what these 6 races have played out, what do you think about what you and your team have put together so far?
Hello, good evening. First of all, can you hear me?
We got you loud and clear.
Awesome, okay. Yeah, I mean, for me, as first season doing this series, it's been wonderful. It's been great to see this grid race together at such a high level for 6 races for I don't know how many hours it is, but even after 12 hours today, to have a battle that's now 3 seconds in GT3, I think would be great. I'm secretly, I shouldn't really say this, but I am rooting for 6 different winners in 6 races. But of course, I mean, Biela winning today would also be more than deserved.
The headline sounds good, doesn't it?
Oh, it would be great if we could pull that off, but no, I think all credit on that department goes to TFR Lab, our BOP partners, but also to the teams themselves, who have been fantastic in not just in GT3 but in the other classes as well. They've all been putting on stellar performances throughout the grid. Seen some great team development too, from teams struggling in the beginning of the season to now putting in strong performances. We've had some new teams come in today. You've already said, the likes of Porsche Sport that won off this season. Hopefully they'll be with us for the whole season next year. So it's been a fantastic first season for me.
And obviously you had a great base to work from, all the hard work that Niels put in over the years, first as Neo, and then that partnership that developed and bloomed with Creventic to land us where you are now. I did want to ask about that partnership with TFR Lab and of course with VCO. Great to have the VCO guys, doing the content, helping to push forward on social media as well. But when it comes to BOP, it's always something that we like to see the complaints from drivers about, because there's going to be plenty of them. In your data-driven approach, what have been your main takeaways from this first year working with the guys at TFR Lab?
If there is official data that they can use, which is the main source that they use for BOP, then it's the amount of information that they can get from that data set is incredible. And surprisingly for this race, it's Spa, so we thought, okay, well, surely there's going to be some official data available because everyone runs at Spa all the time. But with the new GT3 build this season, there was no data, so we had to rely on actual manual testing. Luckily, we have a great test driver pool that we can rely on for that. But even then, TFR Lab can release their analysis tools. And we've seen today, I think, we've had cars with incidents and that it's always tricky to base it just off a race result, how close the BOP is, but 3 different cars within a minute after 12 hours, I'd say that's pretty spot on.
Absolutely. I think the BOP in general was quite good today. Looking forward though, Casper, I mean, obviously we won't get too far ahead of yourselves, but I look at what's happening with the Creventic Endurance Series, the official iRacing series, which anyone can join, anyone can run in, and the class choices there, and I think, you know what, there are some really good additions in your TCR, in your GT4 class that will make this championship even more exciting. When you're thinking about what might we see next year, how much are those factors playing into the back of your mind as well?
We were actually talking about this today. Luckily, we had some time to talk about stuff like that today with the race control team. It's going to be an almighty headache to select the cars for next season. GT3 is constantly growing in iRacing, but GT4, TCR, that's 8 cars already if we want all of them. We still have to fit the 992 in there as well somewhere, so it's going to be a difficult off-season just on that front to decide which cars are going to be in the series.
Final question, and I'll let you go and relax and hopefully enjoy what is going to be a battle, although it's stagnated very slightly. Still 3 seconds between the Bila Racing Team Euronics and T3 Motorsport by Maniti. I mean, talk to us about who else helps you behind the scene, because I know you've got a big team that helps you with the stewarding, the media part of things as well. It's not just a one-man army. There's a whole bunch of people that make all of this happen.
Oh, absolutely not. If it was just me, this series would not exist. Of course, we've got TFR Lab and VCO, so David and Sasha, Florian from VCO. But of course, the race control team, I mean, right now we have Marco, Nina, Rebecca, Ryan and Tom. We've had Richard help out, Pascal. I'm sure I'm forgetting people there. And the staff at Preventic too. I've been lucky to sort of roll into being paid to do this now, and seeing the Preventic team work at real races has also shown me some things that maybe perhaps we can learn from for our esports series. So
great.
In general, the whole organization is helping to put this season together.
It's been fun for me, only just being part of these last 3 races of the season, but it's been great to see, and GT3's delivered some great finishes each of these rounds we've had in 2022. Enjoy the brief off season that you're going to get, because I know it's going to fly by in the blink of an eye, and the new season will be on us before you even know it. Congratulations on this, taking over and continuing the great work that Niels has done, and we'll see what lies in store for us over the course of the next year of endurance racing.
Thank you for putting on some more fantastic broadcasts, and I look forward to watching the next season.
That was Casper de Court, head admin, whatever you want to call him, the man behind the 24-hour series esports. We've got to give a shout out as well, of course, to Niels Heikens. So much hard work over, I think, almost 8 years of putting on the Neo Championship before a couple of editions of this 24-hour series esports. He built the benchmark, the framework that all this continues to run off. So we've got that battle for the race lead with 15 minutes to go, just under 15 minutes. Still 3 seconds. Tim Matska unable to close at the time being. We've got a fight as well for 4th in the 992, where the other Maniti machine, the 992 Cup car, is defending from Pure Sims. It's opened up very slightly, but I mean, David, let's look back a little bit while things have calmed down again in this helter-skelter run to the checkered flag. You said earlier that you forget the last time that you missed a 24-hour series race, and it continues to get bigger. It continues to get more exciting, doesn't it?
I would definitely say so. I mean, every in the absence of the great continuing building on work that the admins do, season to season, tweaking, improving, building on their own base, iRacing gets better with every calendar year. I mean, the steps forward that iRacing have made for team endurance racing since Neo began are, massive, with the day-night cycle. Every single car that we're racing today wasn't on the service when the heritage of this championship began. So we're racing, new cars on new tyre models, often at new tracks with new quality of life features, graphical features. Even Spa, which has been on iRacing since 2011, 2012 or so, I think, has had upgrades to that track limits enforcement, for example. So all kinds of things, just year to year to year, make the racing more exciting and more realistic in this championship.
Of course, it was good to hear as well that, there's that real-world relationship. Now, of course, we knew that it's not just them throwing the name on the championship, but they're invested. They are heavily invested in the future of the series. And I know that Casper had, I think, the chance to go and sit trackside. I think it was at Mugello or Spa. I forget which one he got to go and see within the race control room. That would have been a good opportunity to pick the brains of what's going on behind the scenes in the real world, to figure out what they can bring to the series that makes sense for them in the long term as well. And I do think that it's going to be difficult to pick the cars for next year, because you've got 4 classes, and you've got, 8 cars that you're allowed to be picking from, or a maximum of 8 to have in the session. Of course, 992 is a spec car, so you've got 1 option there. GT4, you've got 4 to pick from, if I'm thinking correctly. TCR, you've also got 4, although realistically it's 3, given that 2 of them are Hyundai, the Veloster and the Elantra. And GT3, you've got a smorgasbord of option there. To whittle it down is always the difficult thing, but you got to pick what the teams are running regularly in the bigger events, so that they carry that momentum, carry that preparation forward. I mean, Lorenzo, been a fun season for sure, and it might not be over. Gap down to 2.2 seconds between the Biela Racing team and the T3 Motorsports car.
Okay. The traffic taking away some time. TCR and the GT4 right in front of Patrick Henry going through the PIF path at the exit of Pujon, and well, Tim might be in a favorable position. Let's see how he goes into Stavolo. Gap at 1.6 might be 1.7 at the end of the day. We got a battle on our hands. Yeah,
I think it's going to grow slightly more, because he was compromised to get the power down and throw the momentum in towards that run up towards the hill as they work their way towards Blanchimont. 10 minutes to go. It's another nail-biter of a finish. This time it's the Biela Racing Team Euronics, not just looking to end the season with the championship and on top of the podium, become the only repeat winners in the GT3 class. Tim Matska and the Big Green Machine wants to make it 6 races, 6 different winners. What a headline that would be to close off this 2021-2022 campaign of this championship. We look at the other classes as well. For Biela, of course, when they win the championship, knock on wood, it would be a back-to-back championship for them. SimRC, or as they're now christened, the Team 75, Bernard by SimRC team, won last year in TCR. GT4 would be their first time winning in that category. And if you consider Altus Esports. They did win the final year that it was the Neo Endurance Championship in the GT category. A slightly different car that they're running in now, yes, but still a little bit of history that's carried on from there. And for Core Sim Racing, it would be their first time winning a championship in this series. 1.9 seconds. Heinrich's got the afterburners turned up again, David.
Yeah, I mean, the traffic was very unkind to him through Pouhon and towards Lafania last lap around. He's got a pretty damn clean run this time. I think it's Pure Sims that they're catching next, so another Lamborghini probably presents less problems, particularly through the high speed and medium speed corners than catching other class cars. So that's not going to be a massive problem for Heinrich as the next bit of traffic he's going to catch, but it's just when you get maybe a 992 or a GT4 in the medium to faster corners, they're cars that you don't immediately sail past in a straight line, but they just can't match a GT3 speed through the loaded corners. And that's where, you know, multi-class racing, these outright cars can start to get a bit impeded if they're caught in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Next car I think in line is a GT3. Let's grab a quick look at something that's just happened with the MSI Esports TCR machine that's being required, I should say, to take a tow down to pit lane. Just listen into the engine. I have a feeling we're in for something similar to what happened with Marcel Tai, where he just ran out of fuel because he had to take the tow on the Kemmel Straight. So down the hill, in towards Eau Rouge he goes, looks nice and tidy, working through the gears, pulls from 5th to 6th as he enters into the corner. Porsche Sport Car gets on through, doesn't splutter just yet, but is it about to happen? Still looks okay. He doesn't splutter, he just stops.
I'm seeing it was at the end of 20 laps though, which is TCR stint length.
He was still able to go through in second for a moment there. I do think he was out of fuel, but that was a weird way for it to manifest itself, that's for sure.
Do you reckon that makes Marcel Tai feel better or worse?
Better. Much better.
Okay.
He's not
All
the
right.
only one that made that mistake.
Maybe, you know, Audi drivers are used to ignoring the check engine light, so the low fuel light might be next to it.
Well, all I can say is they learned from a very good source, an Italian named Valentino Rossi, if we're to judge things that happen at Imola.
So, 1.8 at the front of the field. GT3 car, you saw that working past. I think it was a 992 car. It was, you can tell by that distinctive shape of the headlights. Now, where does Heinrich catch him? Not through Stavilo 1, it's a Torque Freak racing car that he's going to catch here. Not on the exit of the corner. It's going to be a good time for him as well, and if that car plays nice, Heinrich will pull up the hill and clear himself up. Now, tow will be given to that Maniti car, so it is not terrible, the situation. We jump on board with that roof cam, and you can see 992 car on the anchors to try and slow his momentum, but the tow being given to Tim Matska, Lorenzo. This is pretty good. They've got that GT3 car to clear as well.
Yeah, but at the same time, that TFR is gonna basically give the tow to T3 Motorsport, so that car eventually might close by a few tenths of a second going to La Source. Now, can Tim clear that Torque Freak be just as he goes into the Eau Rouge Radion complex? I don't think so. But is that a bad thing?
No, it's not, because again, remember, the speed that 992 car has is great, and it's able to carry the momentum pretty well through the corner with the extra downforce it has in comparison to the 991 Generation Cup car. Gap down to 1.5, not yet within a drafting range of the race leader, but he's closing bit by bit, and if I'm Matska, I'd actually be flashing the headlights right now to indicate to the Torque Freak car, hey, you're in fourth, you're not fighting for a position right now, I'm fighting for the win, I need to get on through. He's compromised slightly through Malmedy, but does manage to find that opportunity. Gap opens up once more, David.
Critically, what he needs is to be within 1.5 seconds onto the Kemmel Straight one of these laps, and then he'll be there, but he just needs to get within that 1.5. Look at Biela saying track limits, and what are those at this point have, you know, we know, saved up some of them. They can be more aggressive in these final laps than T3 can probably be, and that might be the final saving grace here for Patrick Heinrich, is how well behaved he and his teammates have been all the previous hours of this race.
They put the Pure Sims GT3 car between them and that car. So one factor now for Matska to deal with. There's now more traffic playing a factor for Heinrich, who manages to squeeze on through on a TCR car. I believe that's MSI in the 111, who they've just managed.
No, that was the Junkos.
Oh, it's the Junkos car, who has managed to get back out there then after that blunder. But they'll be feeling quite sheepish about that. Down to a second, though. That's what we want to see. 3 minutes to go means 2 laps to decide this race. 6 races, 6 winners. That's what's on the line. If Tim Matska gets on past Patrick Heinrich, oh, this is tasty. And that GT4 car might actually slow down Matska more than Heinrich on that run down into Eau Rouge, Lorenzo.
See the entry. Doesn't look like it's going to happen to anything to both drivers. Let's see. Heinrich's going to clear himself first, right, going through the entry. Matska might get him right on the apex of the second leg, yeah.
I think Matska's going to have to be very careful. Oh, he's close, but will squeeze to the inside. Under a second and closing in the toe. Now, there's not much traffic in front of them from here. There's a bit of clean air before they'll get to the TCR car that's next in line. From what I understand, excuse me, no, that's the Porsche Sport car. I got confused because of the number mix-up that they obviously had to start this race off. 7 tenths in closing. Whoa, what a finish we've got to the season, David.
Yeah, it's on. If the traffic falls right, if they had that same kind of run up through Eau Rouge Radion on the final lap and they're closer, then the pressure will be on. Look for Heinrich to disregard track limits. Look for Tim Matska to follow him through. They've all saved it up with 42 hours of racing in this championship, and it's going to come down potentially to a thriller on the final lap.
Yeah, I think both cars are good on the incidents from here to the end. I think, of course, Heinrich's got a bit more comfort. We saw how much he was saving in the early stages of this race. That will very much benefit him here. More traffic to deal with as they work themselves in towards the final sector on the penultimate lap. Through the first of the right-hand corners they go. There's a GT4, there's a 992 to work their way past. Heinrich's not going to lose too much ground. That's what he would have wanted to see. Matska should clear before they get to Blanchemont. But Matska got a great run off the corner. The Porsche Sport car might be the deciding factor. Lap traffic on the final lap of the race. Gap closes, half a second, 1 lap to go, Lorenzo.
This is go time. Tim, where does he send that car as we open up the final lap?
How does Heinrich play this one? Does he go defensive, knowing the championship very much is up for grabs? Does he play it safe? Does he risk it for the victory? Porsche Sport pulls out of the way. Through La Source for the final time. The run out of this corner might determine the victor in the 12 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Down the hill they plunge for one final time into Eau Rouge. Maximum commitment, maximum reward. 6 tenths, but it's not close enough. I think Heinrich's got just enough of a gap up front to hold on here, David.
Matska will be close, but Heinrich can still hold on to the lead, at least at Lacombe here. It'll come down to the lap and the track after that. Porsche Sport did the right thing getting out of the way. You don't want to be in this hornet's nest.
Yep, I think I agree with that for sure. But now, half a lap or so to go. Down they'll go all the way through Pouhon, down the hill even further, climbing up from the Curve of Paul Frere. That might be the final opportunity for Tim Matska to make some magic happen. The other classes, it's all but decided. A lap advantage in GT4, a lap advantage in TCR, a 60-second advantage in the 992 class. But in this, the GT3, the fastest of them all, it is half a second after 12 hours of racing that splits these two cars. Heinrich with a good middle sector, some more lap traffic, Lorenzo, to play a factor.
Yeah, they will catch the Torque Freak by the entry, maybe the exit of Stavolo. So that is going to play into the effect of Team Matska. How close is that gap going to be by the exit of Stavolo, of Paul Frere? Let's see.
Enough margin between Heinrich and that GT4 car. That is what he would have wanted to see. Clear air between him now and the checkered flag. A final opportunity for Matska to sniff a victory. White flag, race is going to be done in 1 corner's time. Matska still 3.5 tenths back. He's a little too far. He's having a look. He's thinking about it. He's going for it. But shutting the door firmly is Patrick Heinrich and the Biela Racing Team Euronics, the first team to win back-to-back in this 2021-2022 24-hour esports series. They win the championship for back-to-back years. A nail-biter, all-time classic of a finish. What more could you want to finish off a championship like this? We'll wait for the rest of the cars to run through to the checkered flag. 3 more champions to be crowned. What a dramatic championship finale. What more could you ask for? Core Sim Racing working their way through Pujon. The GT4 champion-elect working down through Malmedy. Still a long way to go for them, but David Haynes, what a season it's been. And the Biela Racing Team Euronics, never finishing outside of the top 5. Consistency carried them to the championship.
Yeah, you can never count them out in any of the 6-hour races throughout the whole championship. We did go to a variety of different tracks. We had Red Bull Ring, we had Monza, we finished it all up here at Spa. I loved Sebring's race this season. What a finish, and just putting the cherry on the cake under pressure in GT3.
Your winners in the 992 class and your champions, Altus Esports, win in this category for the 3rd time this year. It's their 2nd championship, going back to 2018 and 2019. What a drive in the 2-man effort from Jordan Caruso, from Simona Maria Marcheno. Jordan Caruso with the monster stint through the night. Let's hope he gets the chance to come and celebrate with the rest of his team. Core Sim Racing, 5 wins in 6 races. It's not been smooth sailing for them, though. They were pushed all the way to the very end by Team Oisingveld, by MSI Esports, deserving winners in this TCR category. Then in the GT4s, the final car to come across the line, a champion in 2021 and 2022. Another team that's won 5 of 6 races. Jürgen Frank, Marvin Strell, and Hayden Burns have been almost perfect this season, and they win the GT4 championship after a dominant run to close things off. 2 laps clear of the rest of the field. Lorenzo, final thoughts from you as well, because I know you've got to take off. What a season it's been. What a way to finish it off.
What a way to finish it off. Really like that battle. The effort done by Team Matska to try to win that race. A very clean fight between both of them. Props to Biela showing that regularity, win championships, and everybody else doing a mega job to try to finish this race and their championship is in really good spots. Congratulations to all winners.
The 43 cars that started whittled down to 33 that finished. Attrition played its part. Imagine how much more chaotic it would have been if the traffic was thick on the final lap for Patrick Heinrich, for Tim Matska. The winning margin at the end of this race, 3.5 tenths of a second. 12 hours of racing, 3.5 tenths. What more could you ask for? Let's have a look at your unofficial race results. We're not expecting race control to intervene too significantly, but it is Patrick Heinrich that is victorious. The first repeat winners in the GT3 class, they clinched the championship in this GT3 category. What a drive from T3 Motorsports, from Tim Matska to the end. Ruben Bonga set up the final charge to the finish line. Good championship finish will be on the cards for the team that's had 3 top 5 finishes this season, but no podium. They finally ticked that box off their 2022 agenda. Ryan Barneveld had some technical issues to deal with, but he managed to adapt and overcome to finish on the final step of the podium. One of our race winners going back to the Circuit of the Americas while on his debut in this championship for the Mahler Racing Team powered by Williams. Josh Ladd in 4th. with the sister car Sotomuto and the Williams Esports BMW right behind them in 5th. Jamie Moon with Team 75 across the line in 6th with Rasim Fazouhi. The points leader coming into this race, they were always on the back foot. Unfortunate for them, RAG finishes the last car on the lead lap. 1 lap down, Pure Sims, Logitech Gioltas and German Sim Racing through the top 10. With the Uspus powered by Vendaval car also in that bracket. EFP Racing by TECE on their debut in the championship put forth interesting fuel strategy that didn't work their way, but what a drive from them on debut. They'll be looking for more. Daniel Gubay, MSI Esports, frustrated by the outcome of today's race. It started off on the back foot. It went from bad to worse from there. RSR by Butt Kicker, Bila Racing Team Euronics, RSR by G Performance, and Ardennes Competition are retirees. Ardennes Competition not even making it to lap 1, turn number 1. With their 3rd victory of the campaign, and their 5th podium as well. Simona Maria Marcheno caps off the season with a victory as they work their way to the championship. Core Sim Racing pushed them to the end, but it was always an outside chance of the championship for the 959. But Oscar Mangan, Oskari Rene, and Carl Janssen wave goodbye to Core Sim Racing on the 2nd step of the podium. Marcus Saavedra for the Oris Racing Team puts that car on the final step of the podium. Really impressive couple of rounds to finish off the championship for the 977. 4th last time out, 3rd this time around. They continue to get better and better. The 978 misses out on the podium by a small margin. Pure Sims Esports in 5th with them. 2 laps down is Marcel Fassbender and the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC Machine with Aztec Sim Sport Volante in 7th. Porsche Sport on debut in 8th in their wonderful art livery. If not for their registration mistake, maybe they could have been fighting inside of the top 5. Torque Freak Racing and Inertia Mega Order, your outgoing champions, complete our top 10, while Glen Key, our only retirement in this 992 Porsche Cup class. GT4 sees Jürgen Frank make it 5 wins in 6 races. A dominant season for them. They've had competitors, but never consistent competition. They were leaps and bounds above the entire field. They finished 2 laps clear of Entropic in the 412. Entropic will jump up into 2nd in the championship. They'll be delighted with that, with Pure Sims rounding out the podium. Torque Freak Racing, Carbon Simsport, and Aztec Simsport Volante, the final finishers. Undercut Racing Team, Race Gear, and Team Fordzilla not seeing the checkered flag. And last but not least, Kieran Harrison is having a championship weekend. Yesterday he won the Hyundai NE Festival Global League. Today, with a 5th win in 6 races, Core Sim Racing wins in TCR. Marcel Tai will be feeling somewhat sheepish after forgetting to come down on pit road, but Team Hoisingveld still finishes 2nd on the track and should be 2nd in the championship as well. Gabby Montoro for MSI Esports in 3rd with the Uncos Racing Team in 4th. AC Motorsports Esports, another of our debutants in this championship, in 5th, while Impulse Racing completes the top 6 that started this race. They retired after terminal damage and an issue for their car. What a season it was, and what a final round that we got. We're going to take the time to speak to all of our champions, and let's start, of course, with the Bila Racing Team Euronics, where Luca Kita joins us now. I mean, Luca, dramatic end to the race for you, but what a season it's been. Finishing inside the top 5 in every single one of the rounds. You guys must be delighted to go back-to-back for the Bila Racing Team Euronics.
Yeah, I mean, it was really stressful last minutes in the race, but we knew we could we win the championship no matter if P1 or P2. So we clearly wanted to win, but in the focus was definitely the championship. And yeah, the season was quite good. Some up and downs, but basically Patrick and I did a really good job over the season. Didn't expect it to be like in a championship fight for the last race, but I think we are really lucky with our competitors, AHG and MSI, so I think nothing could work better today.
I mean, coming into this race, it was 5 different races, 5 different winners. It was your consistency that really got you guys to this point, to be in the driver's seat of the championship, and it was your pole position lap that I think set the tone. From there, you didn't look back. The opening hour or two, you really pulled away. How comfortable were you guys with the car and its balance across of the different conditions that we saw today?
Yeah, I mean, after the 1 second, or maybe after the start, we were really comfortable because we saw the other guys fighting, getting first penalties, and the car was literally perfect in these conditions. We really comfortable, got our pace, no mistakes, incidents were good, so I think it must be the perfect race today.
What does the rest of the year hold in store for you guys, Luca? Of course, now you get a bit of a break. A lot of the endurance stuff calms down, at least on the private league side of things. But of course, iRacing special events, they're always something that people are looking forward to. Anything else in your attention for the rest of 2022?
Yeah, I mean, the main focus is definitely the special events, because maybe attack there or maybe get one win after all these years. But I think it's only the special events this year, not maybe a few other endurance races from series. But main focus is definitely the special events.
Congratulations, Luca. It's a well-deserved championship. You closed it out in style as well. Can't wait to see what we see from you guys in the next series, or next season of this series.
Thanks.
Luca Kita, jubilant. You could hear the excitement in his voice. Let's go speak to the Sicilian stallion, or whatever you want to call him, Simona Maria Marchena, with a monster stint to get to the end of this race. Simona, I mean, season started off great for you guys. 2 wins in the opening 2 races. A little bit more difficult from there. I think the Red Bull Ring probably the most difficult of them all. But a victory to close things out, and a dominant victory as well. Must be smiling pretty big right now.
Yes, hello, good evening everyone. Thank you Arjun and David for let me stay here in the interview. Well, yeah, it was hell of fun. The last races were unbelievable, and it's just a shame I wasn't able to race at Red Bull Ring, but Bo did the job, and the guys did the job, and at the end of the day the puzzle came out, and we did it luckily.
I mean, what is it about this 992 car that makes it so much more enjoyable than the 991 car, Simona? I've heard that from a lot of the drivers around the grid, not just in this series, but across of iRacing as well. There's more downforce, there's a lot more speed that you can carry as well, but surely that also means there's a more focus that you've got to have as well.
Yeah, I think the 991 and 992 are both great cars, but just I don't know if it's because the car is just easier or I did much training in it, but I literally like this car, and it's like something very good in terms of feedback as well. The racing version is just very enjoyable.
Final question, Simone. I mean, talk to us about the 2-driver effort for this race, because 12 hours, I mean, Jordan's racing through the night. I'm sure he's hopefully getting woken up right now to come and celebrate you, but surely with some of these longer stints, it gets quite draining for you behind the wheel.
Yeah, definitely Jordan did a mega job. I think that's in Australia, where he lives in Melbourne, is 20 past 8 in the morning of Monday. He was literally almost falling asleep. I tried to keep him up, and well, it is great effort, of course, 2 drivers for 12 hours race. It is very demanding. My back pain, I have back pain, is crazy. I would like to thank everyone in the team, if it's possible, and our sponsors like Logitech G, BRS, especially my team at Roasters like Jordan, Bo, Carlos, and everyone. I hope I don't forget no one. And I'm just speechless, guys. It's crazy. I'm super happy.
I can hear the joy in your voice. Go and celebrate, Simona. It's a well-deserved championship. It's a well-deserved win.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat a pizza, definitely. Pizza for the win. Let's go.
Does it get more typical than that? I'm not 100% sure. But their second championship in this championship goes to SimRC, to the new partnership with Team 75 Bernard. We're joined by Jürgen Franken. Jürgen, I mean, it was a dominant season for you guys. 5 wins in 6 races. You had competition, but I think consistently you showed that you were head and shoulders above the rest of the field. When you look back on this season, what's your main thoughts?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I think all in all we had the best package overall. I mean, in the pace-wise, we weren't dominant. For example, Undercut and Pure Sims or whatever were on the same pace as we were. but we made no mistakes. For sure, we got taken out once at the Red Bull Ring, but the strategy we had and the pace and the races, the other races were all the time flawless. Like just today, it was perfect for us.
New livery, new partnership, and of course that new livery is the one that the Team 75 guys were running in DTM this weekend. What does it mean for you guys? You know, you announced this partnership at the start of 2022. Where is it going to take SimRC? You know, the yellow and black is a team that we've come to love. What's the future hold now that you're part of the Team 75 family?
Yeah, for sure, it means a lot to us because it's a big name. Timo Bernhard is a true legend. And yeah, for the future, I mean, the partnership is only for the Porsche cars, and if we drive other cars, we are in yellow. But to be honest, it's always a bit more motivation to drive for the Team 75 now, because yeah.
I want to ask
I don't know what to say.
Yeah, I want to ask you about Hayden Burns, who won the 4th and 5th rounds with you behind the wheel. I heard that he's taking a step away from the active competition. What's he doing behind the scenes? How much is he going to help you guys push forward as a team?
Yeah, a lot. He's doing the social media stuff and so on, and now he is a lot of involved with work. So at the moment he's out for a while, but yeah, we have him here, just like a normal team member. I mean, we also have other team members who don't drive regularly. Now he's part of them.
Congratulations, Jürgen. Go enjoy this victory. Looking forward to see what the rest of the year holds in store for SimRC.
Yeah, thank you very much. And also thanks to my teammate Marvin Strehl today, and to the whole team, the spotters and everyone. You did a great job the whole season. And also thanks to you for commentating.
It wasn't just 5 wins in 6 races for Jürgen Frank and Team 75. It was 5 wins in 6 races for what probably undoubtedly are the king of TCR competition right now, Core Sim Racing. Kieran Harrison and Corentin Gunez join us now. And Kieran, I'm going to talk to you first. Been a good weekend for you. Plenty of championships going your way.
Yeah, it's been a perfect weekend really for both of us. I'm knackered at the end of it, but yeah, everything seems to have gone my way.
What is, I mean, I've talked to you so frequently about TCR stuff, so it feels like I'm just rehashing a lot of the questions that we've already discussed. But yesterday you won the Hyundai EN Global Festival, I think I got that one wrong, by winning 2 races on your way to the championship. You got a prize money, you've got a trip as well to a Hyundai WRC experience as well. But what does it take for you guys as a team to be just so consistently strong at the front of fields in these cars? Because no matter where it is, no matter what competition it is, Core Sim Racing, TCR, we're bound to see you guys at the front.
I don't know, I guess some of it comes down to setup, some of it comes down to having like that sort of in-house competition. You kind of always push each other to be faster, and that certainly helps with the preparation. But yeah, I don't know, these cars just seem to click with us really well.
And I'll ask Corentin as well a question about this. I mean, 5 wins, 6 races, but you were pushed all the way to the end. Team Hoisingveld had pace. The MSI Esports team had the pace as well, with 4 consecutive second-place finishes coming into this one. Were you ever a bit concerned about what the strategy was going to do today? Because it did seem like it was mixing and chopping and changing the gaps quite frequently.
Yeah, it was a bit stressful. We didn't make any calculations before the race. We didn't even have a lot of time to prepare the race because we had to focus on the Hyundai thing and on another league sooner this week. But yeah, we just tried to, at the start, we tried to pull away a bit, but it was just impossible to pull away with the draft. So then we tried to save a bit of fuel, and we were lucky because there was some dramas behind, so we were able to pull away. But yeah, it wasn't easy today, even with the strategy. But yeah, then what happened later in the race made the things easier for us.
I hope that you guys have some champagne on hand, because there is a big celebration and it's a deserved celebration. Congratulations on the season, guys, and we'll see where we see you winning next in TCRs hopefully soon here on RaceSpotTV.
Thank you.
Quarantine Gunes, Kieran Harrison joining us there. Wraps up our championship interviews, and David Haynes, I mean, you've been sitting now for the last 8 hours watching this race. What a championship finale. What a way to close things out. 4 very worthy champions, and we'll run people through the championship points very quickly. But final thoughts from you when you look back at the season and what we've seen.
Well, clearly the GT3 balance of performance has been super strong. That's been one of the greatest categories to watch in this competition. We've had various winners, super close racing. It's attracted some very strong teams, drivers. It's had the highest car counts, but I don't forget some of the great battles that we had on GT4 strategy, on TCR draft trains, and when that 992 delivers, it's a very, very exciting car as well in an endurance racing format, and deserved winners, just class and style and consistency and a high level of execution from your champions in every category. And I love that it came down to a battle for the overall win, separated just 0.3 in the final lap of many, many, many laps of 24-hour series competition this season.
Now, we will remind you these points that we're showing you are unofficial. Race Control might have some post-race things that will change the order, but the gist of it is simple. The champions are somewhat determined. It's the rest of the order, the rest of the prize money as well, that might be affected. It's going to wrap up our coverage of the season, though. What a season it has been. A long road since we got things underway all the way back in the middle of October at the Hockenheim Ring with the 6 hours of that track. Since then, we've gone to Sebring, to the Red Bull Ring, to Monza, to Barcelona, and finishing here in the Ardennes Mountain. It's a calendar that has seen us cross across the globe with plenty of excitement to be found. The season is over, but Creventic 24-hour series action continues here on iRacing. If you want to jump into the Creventic Endurance Series, make sure to head to iRacing.com. Get started on your journey to the virtual checkered flag. No GT3s, but the rest of the cars that you've seen today, including some of the new ones added to iRacing since the season got underway, are available for you to go out and drive. On behalf, though, of the team at RaceSpotTV, we bid you farewell. For our production team of Tyler Max and Hugo Luis working tirelessly behind the scenes to make everything happen. For our commentary team, so many people throughout the year. Peter Mackay's missing today, but I know he would have loved to be here. We've had Lewis McLeod, David Christie, Ewan O'Leary, but finishing off this race in style. For myself, Arjuna Kankipati, for David Haynes, for Lorenzo Bonder, we bid you farewell. We'll see you next season for this championship. What a year it's been. Still plenty more racing action to come.